Hello! Oh, no, I'm scared. There we go. Good morning, wonderful internet. I'm starting stream a little bit late because it is very much autumn here now, and it's cold in the morning, and my bed is very soft and warm, and I don't want to get out of it. But I am out now. And I am going to... Hopefully, we're going to finish Pyre today. Because we have been told that it's the last rites. So, I feel like that's going to be actually it. And we'll see what happens. Oh, I'm all sniffly too. Oh my god. So it's been a little while. Right, so we just did the previous ones, I believe. Hey, Bertrude. Following the successful outcome of the Liberation Rite, you find Bertrude muttering something to herself. You hear some of the words as you approach. Oh, we've seen this. I think this save is a little bit behind where we were, because this is when she's, like, saying a prayer for Gilman. Right, and it's really cute that she cares about him. Weird, yeah, I guess my save is a little bit back, because I'm pretty sure where we actually got to is... We went to the waiting spot and hung out there, and then Volfred was like, yo, it's gonna be the last one, bro. Okay. Let's go. Volfred. Okay, I don't think I've seen this. Our dear alcove. I've asked my agents to break down the place. It soon shall be gone. If it isn't already, we shall not be returning. We've not the time to do so anyway. And with Orlek back among the living now, and no longer fond of me, I dare not think what he would do with it. Unfortunately, hiding places are of little value once they are found. Once all of this is over, those of us who do not manage to return, we shall have to find another place to live. To try to live, at least. Oh, I'm so sniffly today. I did get... I talked... Ooh, is that an imp? Oh, no! I just wanted to say hi to them. I did manage to talk to a doctor about my nose. So I'm going to try and I'm going to get some drugs to spray up it. That sounds bad, but you know what I mean. For a bit and see if that helps. And if that helps, then it means that it's like a treatable thing with like it's just inflamed or clogged. And then if that doesn't help, then it means like there's something else fucked up there, and then I'll need to get a specialist. But we'll find out.
Oh, no, not you again. You almost got our hopes up last time, but not this time. Just leave this wretched knight in peace. He wants nothing more to do with you, so go away!
Yeah, we kicked your ass, Deluge. So we're going to Jomware, I believe, which is all the way over here. The spring of Jomware has always flown forth from the crushed carapace of Biolanthius, the legend of whose demise is A rather sordid tale. Perhaps you have already read it in the book. Not all believe the book exists, of course. Nor the greater titans, nor the rites. I have encountered exiles believing that this titan perished quite by accident, rather than by a cunning trap laid for it by No.A many main. They took the titan for a common beast. Perhaps the stars shine down upon out-of-the-way locales such as this one, to ensure that they alone shall witness the proceedings. Fall Flat Falcon Ron has a special offer. Glue Hive. I have time for vocations. I don't think I really need vocations. Let's see what Ron's got. Someone wants to talk to me. Tizo! You observe Tizo rummaging about the black wagon as though in search of something. He notices you there and rushes up to greet you. This is my favorite sprite of Tizo's, when he's got a little smile with his little fangs out. He's so cute. He's glad you're here. He's just reminiscing about old times. Just as quickly, he resumes his search. He's looking for something a former exile of the Nightwings once gave him. He's growing frustrated that the object he seeks is nowhere to be found. You almost do not notice the lone minstrel's approach. I'm afraid that it is gone, Tizo. I am very sorry. Reader, it is nothing that ought to be cause for much concern. Merely that Tizo has misplaced something of sentimental value to him.
Screak!
It was just a spare bandage he indicates, exactly like the one on his horn. Tizo here has had many adventures with the Nightwings. Is that not so, Tizo? He squawks in approval. Those memories shall always stay with you. Is that not what matters most of all? He confirms this as well. Then please do not worry yourself about it anymore. It is a symbol of a distant past, besides. Tizo skulks away up into the rafters. The lone minstrel watches him go. The object that he seeks does not exist, reader. Tizo searches for it from a fleeting memory of his days with the Nightwings of the past. He performed the regular duties of other drive imps at first, but soon distinguished himself. I was none too surprised. He was clearly special. He had grown close with the other members of the Nightwings when misfortune fell, and the triumvirate fell apart. Perhaps Wolfred has revealed to you more of the details. As for Tizo, I feel he must make peace with the shadows of his past, somehow. Perhaps then he shall cease searching. You need not worry for him, of course. He is resilient and shall always serve the Nightwings well. You might say that he was born for it. Begging your pardon, reader. The lone minstrel excuses himself in his polite way, leaving you to consider what he has said. Poor little Tizo. Alright, Ron time. Here in the desolate sprawl of Fall Flat, you somehow run into the familiar countenance of the Slug Market proprietor, far away from one of his usual stops. Oh, hey guys. Oh, fancy seeing you again. You come here often? He brandishes some sort of package, which you sense contains a talisman that emanates no small amount of power. Anyways, I got something you're really gonna want, I think, in mint condition, too. I don't know what it is, but I do know what it's worth, and I can give it to you half off. So you guys want this thing or what? Offers you a sealed talisman. Oh, I don't have I only have, like, I don't have any money. Well, oh, nice. So I still get to do vocations because I don't have any money. How are our companions looking? I feel like everyone's pretty good. Jody's at level 5. I could maybe try to level up Volfred some more? I feel like maybe study in private's better here, though. Like, get the global bonuses. Hope. You concentrate on the substance of the words and teachings of the Book of Rites, such as you understand them thus far. Inspiration comes to you in a flash. Whether from the book or from within, you cannot tell. You gain the render's influence, Spirit. Which I believe is just +1 hope to everybody. Yes. Let us continue to the Spring of Jomware. Oh, it's fucking manly here. Right, I think it gave us the option to choose to fight, like, anybody, and I was like, well, we've dealt with all our business, I just want to kick Manly's ass. Halt, everyone, I beg you please forgive my rudeness here. The black wagon has shuddered to a stop en route to the Spring of Jomware. There is some commotion as the lone minstrel motions for everyone to be still. Someone is there. Along our path ahead. He points into the distance. Is it that Oralek fuck again? However, when you scan the horizon, everything is still. You see no sign of whomever the lone minstrel referred to. Still, he indicates caution. Strange. I do not believe I was mistaken. A tense moment passes, then another. Then the lone minstrel tenses up. Our guest. He is there. You look toward where he signals, and then, at last, you see the cause of his concern. There is no mistaking who it is. Yeah, it's this fucking edgy dude. Orlek stands there near motionless atop some forgotten rock jutting from the dry flats, a fair distance away. He stands directly on the path of your black wagon. Yet he shows no sign of acknowledging the wagon's presence. He appears only to be waiting for something, likely for you all. The lone minstrel gets your attention quietly. If we can just drive around him, that would be so funny. Reader, what do your senses tell you at this time? Orlek may have come with ill intent. Honestly, I feel like whatever this guy's business is, whatever. We're going to the rites. If he wants to stop us, we go through him. There is no need to give in to Orlek's threats. He can declare his intentions or get out of the way. He cannot stand against you all. Very well. Let us press forward then. You give the signal for the drive imps to start the wagon and move full speed ahead. But, just as you reach the point where Orlek once stood, it seems our guest has already departed. Let us remain watchful as we proceed on course. Indeed, Orlek is nowhere to be found. He's just being dramatic. The unnerving encounter causes everyone to fall silent for the remainder of the trip. Your wagon finally arrives at the Spring of Jomware, where still there is no sign of Orlek, or your next adversaries for that matter. Your companions organize a quick search about the premises, leaving you to watch the wagon until the rites commencement. Chat? Oh, bruh. He snuck in! Something is wrong. Someone is here, alone, with you. Can I just leave the wagon? It would be so funny. Oh, you can't. That would be really funny if you just walk in and you see him and you're like, nah. Can I talk to Sandra? Can I just read? Ah, I just want to ignore him. It's really funny to ignore him. Fine, we'll talk. Orlek seems to be examining various objects in the wagon. Whether he has noticed you, you cannot tell. What he is doing here, and how he got in unnoticed, you cannot imagine. You watch him go about whatever he is doing, examining all sorts of things that you and your fellow exiles gathered on your journey. He shakes his head. All of these trinkets. This wagon, it is most different now. Welcoming and yet I am unwelcome here, it seems. In my own wagon. He directs his gaze at you, acknowledging your presence for the first time. You, a mere shadow. Tell me something. Who are you to them? Orlek wishes to know your connection to the Nightwings. I'm their fucking friend! You tell Orlek that you have traveled all across the downside with this group and count them as your trusted friends. It is a different group now than in his day. A friend, is it? Beware then, for the Nightwings do not always treat their friends with all due charity. Relay them a message for me, Shadow. Tell them I shall have my night. He's so edgy. He strides right past you toward the door, but then he turns to you again once more. I shall have my night. Okay, dude. Whatever. Let me talk to my GF. A visit from my favorite reader. What is the occasion? Ah, I want to chat with you. Whatever. Several of your companions return as you exit the wagon. You explain what happened. However, none of them saw Orlek. Most concerning, reader, though I am thankful you are well. Orlek, he always was a peaceful individual, and yet his disposition is much different now. Yeah, he's edgy now. Perhaps we had best inspect the wagon for any signs of tampering in light of these events. You and the others conduct an exhaustive search in and around the black wagon for any signs of objects missing or tampered with, as well as any signs of damage or foul play. The search yields nothing. No one finds any sign that anything was moved or tampered with. Even the drive imps seem calm. Incident leaves you questioning your own recollection of what happened. You try to clear your mind, for the rite is soon now to commence. Oh, hey guys, you know, it seems so awful quiet now, I gotta say, without that slippery little character what used to hang around with you, I mean.
Say, Poppy.
Talks like this a lot, know what I mean? Hope we found that Anna thing he's always going on about. We don't got that in stock just now. Cute. Ooh, that's really good, but I don't think I really want to sell anything for it. So obviously we're going to fight Orlek in the finals, but now probably I still get to do Chastity? Everything is prepared and night is just beginning to take hold above the stark badlands of Spring of Jomware when Volfred gets your attention. Reader, I suppose you might remember our first meeting with that manly Tinderstauf. He would be mortified, of course, if you forgot. I would say that he is an embarrassment to my kind, but unfortunately, I've known many others like him. We are a discontented people, I suppose. Anyway, when last we saw him, you might recall that I avoided him. We are not good acquaintances or anything, but he knows enough people in high places that he could be harmful to our plan, should he know of my involvement, and so... Volfred dons his ritual mask. I shall have to be discreet here. As I am with the Nightwings once again, I can no longer hide from him outright. Perhaps, though, he shall take me for a common sap. Anyhow, it seems to me we have a rite to conduct. Are there any of these I haven't done? I actually don't remember. This one? Oh, yeah, the Tattered Mantle. Ooh, that's tough.
The Tattered Mantle.
But I want the lore entry for it, so let's try it.
The infamous reader returns, along with their remaining retinue of miscreants. You managed recently to rid yourself of yet another one. Your adversaries, the Chastity. As with you, they must be very desperate for their freedom. They shall not make it any easier from here.
My, what have we here? Why, the Nightwings! Come to grace us with their presence once again. You think that you can simply cut us down like last time, is that it? You sense Volfred reaching out to you. Reader, let us indulge him for the time. Perhaps he shall reveal something we can use to provide a disincentive for his meddling. Just let him keep on talking. I shall attempt to remain hidden. And my, the colors of those raiments, I mean, they are rather gaudy in this light, I have to say. Though, I mean no offense at this, of course. So, do you suppose the rite is going to commence soon? As much as I enjoy our chats like this, I do have to get going soon. If you must know why, I'm expecting an important message. From the other side, no less. Come dawn, I hear something is brewing out there, some sort of unrest, So yes, it's a very important message. Sent all this way by one of those imp couriers. And I must say, those little things, their services are certainly not cheap. Though, I'm sure that I could get you a good deal on their services if you wish. Perhaps to contact a loved one back home. All I ask, of course, is that you stand aside and let the chastity prevail, as well we ought, for I've a date with destiny locked not long from now upon the fall of Solium. He continues talking for some time, until at last the rite is set to start. Oh ho, my, look at this wonderful assembly of exiles come from all different corners. Such a colorful retinue your Nightwings have. You know, I heard the most preposterous rumor about you, that you are harboring an especially notorious criminal, one who has designs upon the Commonwealth itself. He looks right at Volfred. But I cannot imagine such outlandish tales could possibly be true. Anyhow, I so would like to meet everyone here. Hello, good Nightwings. I am H. Manly Tinderstaff, and truly, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Manly has intruded on your privacy as you set to choosing your triumvirate. He could not be less welcome. He seems to be searching for someone in your ranks. You suggest to Manly that perhaps he ought to check on his own triumvirate in the key moments prior to the rite. Why, yes, of course, of course. I was just taking the opportunity to bid all of you salutations, for I so enjoy getting to meet my fellow exiles face to face like this. Yes, there may be rules against this type of thing, but who's counting, am I right? I'm sure the scribes wouldn't mind if they were here. Anyhow, now that you mention it, I ought to check on my wonderful colleagues. See you shortly, and good luck. Manly leaves at last, allowing you to focus on the rites again.
Who shall it be this time?
Okay, well, Jody is max level already, so maybe same with Pamitha. Maybe Tizo? I feel like using Volfred here is a bad idea. Because he's, like, already suspicious there. So maybe Tizo, Bertrude, May?
If that is all, then.
Manly, he reminds me of the kinds of people who are unkind to me. Back home, I mean, not here. Are you quite ready yet, O Nightwings? Oh, I doubt you are. Because my colleagues of the Chastity and I, we have a trick or two we think shall take you by surprise. Just watch.
Now begin.
Oh, I killed all of them with that. Ah! Tizo's thing is so slow to... Oh, wow, that was fast. Tizo's ability is so slow to charge. Oh my god. Them still having their auras while they have the orb is fucking rough.
The Nightwings seem to be falling behind.
Can't shield yourself forever, bitch.
The flames of freedom. There.
Oh, right. She has the infinite stamina on pickup. Okay. That's good to use.
The Nightwing shall prevail at this rate.
It's pretty slow, right? Oh, shit. His sapling's big, though. There we go. Now, let's just be reasonable here. You have a golden opportunity and you're throwing it away. Oh, but we had a deal. This cannot be happening. The party is next week. Everyone, mother, father, what shall they think if I cannot attend? Oh, but our good family name. I ask you gently one last time. Yield, and our victory shall be shared. For I have friends, you know, who can make life more comfortable for you. Or stand against me and regret it. I have the thing to kill people with Bertrude, so let's try and do that. Oh shit.
Wherever did the Nightwings go? There it is. How very sad for the chastity.
Oh, they love it. Oh, is that gonna go over? Okay, no. Nice.
Zap.
Oh, I was trying to pounce, but I threw. I threw the ball and I threw my chance at getting it in.
Oh.
Oh shit! Oh, get out of here.
Somebody get the orb.
Oh, it got bigger. Anjay. They're not making these final ones easy, are they? Ah! There we go. One more. Can I just run it in with May? Not quite. Ah! I can't even pick it up because of the fucking thing. Whoa, he jumped over it? That was sick, actually.
And thus your pyre wanes. Oh, boo.
Oh, yeah. Kill.
Banished all of them. And it is done. The Nightwings prevail. Their
Bertrude's so
adversaries
good.
must be rather shaken after that. The rite is ended.
Especially against enemies that don't have, like, good ranged attacks. She can just kind of sweep up and kill everybody. My word, how could this happen to me? You deceitful, ignorant, utterly uncouth pack of fools! Have you any idea what you've done? Volfred watches the outburst in silence. Keep spouting off like that, Manly, and you shall reveal all we need to know. You harbor such a fear within your heart there, don't you? Coming from the aristocracy and now in exile. How they must speak of you. What would they think of you if you don't get out? Or even if you do? Volfred remains deep in thought, studying his adversary. There. I see now. Then Volfred recedes into shadows. What? My head? Who?
was there.
I believe there must be some mistake. I have to go. Ta-ta. Fine evening to you now. It's been a pleasure, genuinely so. Manly stumbles away in a stupor. Volfred just, like, mind blasted him. And there he goes. I've lifted certain burdens from him for the time. A bit of mercy for his sake, for my people's sake. As well, it should ensure he has no lasting memory of our encounter here, or running into me. Now, let's be off before he catches up with us again.
Bask now in the wisdom of the scribes.
Volfred, you can do that? You can just mind blast people? Oh, Bertrude level up.
The exiled Bertrude is committed to the path.
This land, so rife with eldritch knowledge, long forbidden in the Commonwealth, we learn the stuff of fear itself.
Adverse. Oh, this one's so good. Yeah, so when we have less health in our goal than theirs, they do minus 10 damage, which is insane when you're getting preyed on by, like, fast teams that only do, like, 15 a pop. Let's take that.
May misfortune find you ere the turning of the stars.
Back at the Black Wagon, you find the lone minstrel examining your fellow exiles after they overcame the chastity rather soundly. It is plain to you that none of them look well. Oh no! The lone minstrel notices you there and turns to you. Reader, the faster turning of the cycle of the rites has put a strain on everyone. We have multiple cases of banishment sickness this time. It is fortunate that your other companions are available to conduct the coming rite, because I fear that this group here requires rest. You bid Tizo a swift recovery, and he nods weakly in response. You exchange a look with May, who seems exhausted after the last rite. As for Bertrude, it is clear to you that she wishes to be left alone right now. You leave the lone minstrel to look after them and turn your attention to the stars that remain shining in the dark outside. Okay, yeah, so for this run, they're like, you gotta use everyone that's left. The stars yet shine for you, revealing various paths forward. Is it like a choose anyone again? Trieste, Kaelmer, Ores. Let's go beat up Lendl. The stars revealed to you a path toward the Isle of Kaelmer, where the rites shall soon continue. Come morning, your travels shall continue. For now, everyone needs rest. I think Kaelmer is like the Imp football stadium too, which is awesome. Oh, Tizo, what's up? You find Tizo there in the Black Wagon, looking rather more despondent than usual. When you attempt to reach out to him, he barely acknowledges you. Home. Oh, baby. You almost run into May as you turn to leave.
Oh, I'm sorry, reader. I was just wanting to come check on little Tizo here. I think maybe he's taken ill or something?
On further inspection, it occurs to you that May is perhaps not off the mark. and that Tizo is unwell for some reason. Come on, Tizo. You're going to be all right. You might be the smallest one of us, but I think you're the toughest. Though, Miss Jodariel, I think she's very tough as well. Creak. Appreciates the kind words, but he wants to be left alone. Oh, don't be silly, Tizo. You know I won't be doing that, don't you? May turns to you for a moment, lowering her voice. Reader, I think Tizo would like a little bit of privacy if you don't mind, though I don't mean to be rude. It's just, Tizo, well, I told him not to eat something. There was this, well, I think it was a mushroom, maybe, growing in the corner over there. So I see Tizo sniffing at it, and he's always hungry, and usually I try to feed him, but this time I told him no. Because I know my mushrooms, and whatever that was, I think it was a mushroom, but it wasn't one I know. Well, Tizo ate it anyway. So, anyway, I think that he is going to maybe, well, cough it up, I guess? I think maybe any moment now? Because when I ate things I thought were mushrooms around here, I coughed them up as well. They made me rather sick. I think kind of like Tizo over there. I hope that I'm not being inappropriate, because it's not polite, maybe? Oh, come to think of it, Tizo, why don't we go outside? Because then I won't have to clean up after you, like the last time when you ate something I said maybe you shouldn't, remember? He remembers full well and regrets not heeding May's food-related counsel. Oh, don't worry, silly. If you've taken ill, then I think you're going to be fine. Once you have a little walk outside with me, because you're very tough. Tizo's beginning to look better already. You're my best friend, Tizo. I won't let anything bad happen to you. Or at least I'll try, okay? And I don't think anyone could stop you from eating things, though. Then she snatches Tizo up in her arms and whisks him out of the wagon with her. They're so cute! You hear her call back to you over your shoulder. Bye, reader. I'll make sure that Tizo is all right. I promise, okay? Though the prospect of May administering medical assistance normally would give you pause, Tizo seems to accompany her willingly enough. To have shared a rather close bond since May first made contact with the group. For someone like her who has lived alone for so long, the friendship must be vital. And as for Tizo, he must be impressed that a non-native of the downside seems to know her way around food safety even better than he. They're so cute, oh my god. Also, I want to read that entry about the mantle. Is it actually a Titan? Oh, I also haven't read about Time Singer. The tempests ravaging the downside are the handiwork of the Time Singer Harn, known as the Sky Titan. The furious elements, they are his troubled dreams manifested in this troubled land. We, the Eight, we sought to cure him of his ailment, for his unrelenting and unpleasant dreams had long become our treacherous reality. One night, we drew him toward the Rite of Flame, a stratagem of Solium Mur's design. There he was stricken by the stars, and dazed and overcome by their eternal shining glory. The Sky Titan thus bonded with the sky. The tempests which remain, they are but lasting traces of his waking dream. I've read about Yishlak, Zilvius. What about the Tattered Mantle? Well known is the treachery of the Rope Caller, who conspired against the Emperor of Sar and set in motion the Empire's collapse. The knave did journey to the downside after us. Our paths they never crossed, though he did meet his end. He wore the tattered mantle, wrought by the first Empress and worn in every generation hence. The living mantle whispered wisdom in its wearer's ear. But in the downside, it cried out instead in protest. When the rope collar retreated to his horrid isle far at sea, the mantle gained new life, conjoining with the native imps. The imp titan was born, and grasped then the rope collar in its first and last embrace. Interesting. Sandra, can I talk to you? Okay, we are going to continue our journey soon, but first I have to poop. Here, I'm gonna try and leave with a fun face. Just a sec. Whoa, oh, shit. Ah, I dropped my controller. I guess that works as a face. I'll be back. I have returned. I have pooped. I have gotten snacks. I'm ready to go. Oh, actually, I think my controller got unplugged too. Okay, we're good to go. Let's continue. Woo! I love snacks. Okay. Sharp shoal. Bunch of fish, so that's probably money. Or vocations. I kind of want the money, because I want that, that talisman that fucks up the enemy team when my team's all dead, so I can recover. Let's fish for denizens of the deep. With your remaining time this day, you set your mind to the ancient art of fishing, as you drift among the dark waters of Sharp Shoal. You still have nothing to show for your efforts today, however, when Pamitha approaches to check in on you. Not biting today, are they? Stupid things. Just then, your lures ring. Moments later, one of the slippery denizens is in your grasp. You thank Pamitha for her contribution. I caught a dungfish. Reader 1, fish 0. Ooh, someone wants to chat? Pamitha, what's up? You find Pamitha by herself again, though her expression is grown darker than her custom. Leave me be, would you, reader darling? Trying to get some good and proper moping done here, and you're distracting me. Leave me be, reader. Just leave me be, reader. Just leave me be. You don't want to know what's lurking in my heart or mind. What you'll find there isn't pretty. Yet something about her thought process is different to you now. You know that, with her conditioning, she can resist your scrutiny, but now her thoughts are laid bare to you. This is kind of tricky. So it seems like she can stop us from reading her thoughts, but she's not, so it's like an invitation to read her mind. So let's do it. Pamitha seems to be inviting you into her thoughts. You remain there in that lonesome space with her. What is it going to take, I wonder, Tamitha? Shall I just go ahead and kill them all? That would be proof enough, perhaps, about my loyalties to you and our sisters. Perhaps I ought to start with this one right in front of me. The bond between you severs as Pamitha opens her eyes and stares at you. Then she smiles sweetly and gives a gentle laugh. You see, reader darling, my thoughts are rather cumbersome at times. But do not fear, I have them very well under control. Still, thoughts being the loathsome thing they are, I nonetheless cannot fully suppress them. She exhales and looks askance. You know by now why I am in this mess with all of you. You could say I lacked Tamitha's sense of commitment, her zeal. She lives only to see your nation overthrown, or something worse if she could have it her way. Centuries of conflict can be quite emboldening that way, especially when one's sister's leading cause of death is Commonwealth-forged steel. Wielded with the utmost mercy, I suppose. Well, I had little patience for the senselessness of it, myself. Become a bit of a pariah, I suppose. I knew Tamitha was going to get herself and others killed someday, so when she was to fly out on this one big mission of hers, I had other arrangements made. But, after she was caught, your people did not exactly uphold their end of the bargain. I knew there were such risks, of course, and yet a chance is still a chance. Tamitha was clipped and cast down. A mercy, they called it. I did not see it that way, and in my growing protests of her treatment, I was soon enough to follow. She falls silent for a while. I haven't yet decided if I entirely regret my actions, but I do seek Tamitha's forgiveness and wish that she could see my thoughts for what they are, as it seems you can. Then she might realize our nation's people have much more in common than she knows. Sometimes I wonder which of them's the stupider. She brushes past you and out of the wagon for now. Just an interesting character.
You
Oh.
are nothing, reader.
Okay.
Nothing but a mindless child.
Fuck you.
Your every action is a stain upon the legacy of the 8 scribes.
Okay.
The rites have been a long-held secret to keep out those such as you.
You wake from what little sleep we managed this past night. Once more, the voice tormented you within your dreams. You attempt to rid your memory of it. If the voice truly is that of the Archjustice Androboles the Ninth himself, as Volford indicated, then none of you are likely to receive too warm a welcome should you regain your freedom. The voice, you are nothing, reader. Me with a mouthful of cinnamon toast crunch. Oh? Oh, just a second. I have to eat more. Snap. Chewing. This time around, the imp brings tidings of Sir Gilman, and what happened to him since his liberation at the fall of Solium, when at last his self-imposed exile came to an end. You learn that his return to the Commonwealth was met with much rejoicing, and that before long, he was promoted to the rank of Veiled Captain on the Blood Border. And yet, with tears welling in his eye, he did refuse the post, stating he no longer had the heart to fight against the Highwing remnants as he once did. He then cast down his helmet, and when next anyone saw him, he was among Volfred's agents, having joined the revolution to reshape the Commonwealth from within. Ah, he's such a good boy. You thank the messenger imp for the report and salute it crisply, as surely Gilman would have. Soon the news has everyone in the wagon talking. Do you think one day I can be as brave as him? Because I don't always think I can. Noble Gilman made the gallant choice, it seems. Our plan comes closer to fruition through his good example and support. One of the Sea Dominion's own laying down his arms by his own choice. I'm honestly surprised, even having known him. The tears he shed ought have been bottled, and thus set aside for use in various salves. Bertrude, you're so fucking weird. Knight or no, he shall always remain Sir Gilman in my eyes. It must have taken great restraint for him to do what he has done. The news of Gilman's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with newfound resolve. see if I can talk to Sandra. Hey, you guys, how long has it been since I last told you you're my favorite customers? Because I just wanted to remind you that is definitely true, okay? So come on in, I guess. Okay, I can sell you this fish. Ooh, that's permanent. I kind of want this typhoon bottle. I guess I don't need this anymore. Okie dokie. Appreciate you doing business, and you guys be sure to tell your friends, okay? You stand before the bizarre outcroppings of the Isle of Kelmer. The sky darkens, and in the distance you hear the sound of gibbering creatures growing louder. The sound of it is unnerving enough that your fellow exiles remain quiet, their eyes affixed to the stars above. Soon, something in the sky above begins to stir. I think I've got all the lore. So, honestly, like, I don't really need more XP. I'll just do it without them. I was mostly using those for the lore, so...
Still very cross with you, you know.
Okay.
To think I saw in you a worthy heir. Not just to the legacy of the Nightwings, but to the future of the Commonwealth. That traitor Volfred. Only a fool would be seduced by his audacious promises and his dangerous ideas. That, dear reader, would make you a fool. I have no choice but to explain it thus, so even you could understand. Now for this blasted rite. Some of us still have our duties to uphold. Son.
I just noticed up there that the tattered sash is wrapped around the corpse of the rope collar up there. You... We are ready for you, Nightwings. I don't remember what voice I gave him. I think it was vaguely like that. Come, accusers. Let us crush them and be done here quickly. I suck. Oh, damn.
Choose now,
Demons.
your band of traitors.
Volfred?
Volfred.
Oh, I don't really have a choice. Because I only have 6 people and half of them are sick.
The choice is cast.
Prepared as ever. Come then, Nightwings. We are prepared for you. Oh, excuse me.
Commence.
Oh, right. I always forget what he does, honestly. Oh, shit. No! I didn't have quite enough time. I?
The orb! Wilfred doused the adversary's pyre.
Oh, I have to have Wilfred fling it for the challenge? That's rough, honestly. Oh man, like all of my characters this match are heavy hitters, though.
Banished each in turn.
Ay. Okay, well they're gonna score here. Unless... Yeah.
Alas for Lendl. Onward thus to greater glory.
Okay. I don't really remember all of Wilfred's abilities I've unlocked. I think there was one I can get where he like shields others on my team when I use his shield, but I don't think I have it unlocked yet. Hi, PCs. Alright, one more goal. Let's see if I can get that fling. Nope.
Almost.
Oh shit, they passed it. Ah! Okay, maybe let's just win.
Another banishment. And it is done. The Nightwings managed to prevail. A rite
Salas.
conducted with aplomb. Thus end this night's proceedings.
Blast! That a decorated constable of the Commonwealth should end up having to consort with fools as these, in these accursed rogues and miserable circumstances. Those damned scribes certainly exist, for it is clear that they have no love for me, or anyone of decent birth and station.
He's like the most hateable character, I think.
His bitter attitude toward the Nightwings and the Rites is such that it affects his every move. A shame, really.
Is everybody in your Commonwealth as fun to be around as him?
There is much to learn from this experience.
Yeah, I know they can't rise in rank, but I don't really have a choice about who I use.
Begone.
Are they also gonna get sick? There proves little time for rest at the Blackwater after your fellow exiles bested the accusers in a solid performance. Those afflicted with banishment sickness seem to be doing better at least, and express gratitude to Volfred, Pamictha, and Jodariel for their efforts. Just then, the lone minstrel appears before you. No words escape his lips. You can guess full well what he has come to indicate to you, and follow him back out into the darkness. The stars above seem to be few and fading, yet one still shines, defiant. Oh, here it comes! Solium. How's the plan doing? 64%? I think if we can get Jodariel up there. Okay, apparently it's going to be Admilte, but let's be honest, it's going to be Oralek. Hi, parentheses. Do you want to say hi to the internet? Come here. You want to say... Here, I'll lift you up to the mic. Do you want to say hi? There you go. Hey, baby. You notice that the lone minstrel is standing there with you, regarding the night sky. The Gate Guardian and I, we have paid witness to the liberation rites upon the fall of Solian for a long time. We have seen so much. And so, I am a bit taken aback is all, to see something which I have never seen. You look upon the stars together for a while, then... I wish for you good fortune and the wisdom of the scribes on your ascent. The lone minstrel leaves you there alone under the night. It has grown very late and you need rest. The black wagon shall have to take flight again come morning. Who wants to chat? Bertrude. Hey, girl. You are unaccustomed to seeing Bertrude smiling, and yet there she is, doing just that. You soon see why. You have observed before how her manner seems to soften to the degree it can whenever Volfred is around. She's got a crush on that handsome tree. If only I could have seen their faces then. What was your secret, dare I ask, dear Bertrude? It appears that they are reminiscing about old times in the Commonwealth. Flame-resistant inks, Sandalwood. 'Tis the inks themselves which kept those volumes from being burnt to ash. Flame-resistant inks, of course. The good officers who came to visit. They were so intent on burning all the evidence, they did not stop to think the evidence was fireproof. Alas, that they later found a way to burn thy stamping press, but regardless. Thy written words, they moved us many times, and many others whom we knew, there in the southern bogs. No matter, dear Bertrude. What's done is done. At least we made it difficult for them, is that not so? While introducing some of our fellow citizens to new ideas. Perhaps. My words would have not reached near half as many were it not for you. Not to mention how I managed to elude them for another decade or so. I am ever thankful for your sacrifice. Thy thanks shall not be necessary, Sandalwood. Well, you shall have to take them from me anyhow. Thank you, Bertrude, for helping to fulfill a modest author's dreams. What good's a stamping press without good inks? No good at all. They exchange a laugh at this, but then... Even still, and through this no ordeal, thou hast no love for us, is that not so? Bertrude. Nay, we understand full well. Thou needst not further explain thyself. There are different kinds of love, Bertrude. On that account, thou hast nothing to teach us, Sandalwood. They each remain silent for a time. Our hearts, they cannot be controlled, Bertrude. Blasted things they are. They act well on their own. He puts away his pipe. I am blessed to have you in my life. Back in the Commonwealth, and here as well, I mean. I mean that, although I know that it is not enough. At first, Bertrude does not seem to acknowledge this in any way, but then... Nay, Sandalwood, it is enough. It is enough. She departs without awaiting a response, brushing past you as she goes. Volfred soon turns away as well, politely bidding you a good evening. The two old friends have evidently managed their past certain tensions in their long-standing relationship. They rather seem to draw a certain strength from one another. They're cute. I like that it's like, hey, she's definitely into Volfred and he's not, but they're still friends. It's good. Cat, stop trying to bite my controller. I know, I'm holding the controller instead of petting you. I know you're jealous, but don't bite it. You. Do you want to game? You crave the gaming? Is that what's going on? Yeah, I love you. Okay. May gains favor from the scribes. Something appears different now about the sacred mountains west of here. The lands near Emperor's Ascent and Emperor's Fall appear ashen. On the other hand, the once precarious regions below, which you know as Temple High Road and Temple Cistern, seem swept clean by the elements. The lone minstrel observes all this alongside you. Inclement weather we have lately seen, reader. We ought to be able to make landing closer to Scribe's Gate now. Then, I suppose this means we shall soon see Celeste once more. Then, I shall go tell everyone to prepare for landing. Volfred will gain favor, and May will gain favor. It's the finale! Hi, Vino! We're coming up to the finals. I want to use Pamitha and Jody. Who would be good alongside them? Honestly, maybe Volfred? And especially if we're probably Oralek's gonna show up. So yeah, let's take Volfred. You arrive once more among the narrow passageways of Mount Aladiel. It appears that Udmildhe and the Withdrawn have already arrived along the other route. Like, there is no way this isn't going to get interrupted. With some time to spare after having landed, you join Volfred on a brief expedition to the monument of Jomweir Menimane. The book says almost nothing of the present circumstances. I wish that I had clearer guidance as to how we should proceed, O scribes. Although, perhaps this is the nature of the path. It isn't to be read and understood. It is to be embraced with all one's heart and mind. What other choice is there? You return to the wagon once he has finished paying his respects. You have occasion once more to pursue your vocations. He gained more presence, which is useful. Is he close to a level up? He is. Let's get him some XP for that. Volfred. Certainly, I would appreciate your point of view. You and Volfred review what observations you have made thus far about the various triumvirates you have confronted on your journey. He has keen insights about some of them. The rites demand we act as of one mind, in perfect unison and harmony, and free of any doubt. I have grown more accustomed to being a part of the Nightwings of today. Right, so once per rite, if they extinguish our pyre, it's restored by +10. Right, this is what I wanted. The shields his allies as well. Let's take this.
Either we stand between each other's paths to freedom, or we help each other on our way. I try to always bear this truth in mind.
Alright, let's go. I think I want to try and send Joe Dariel back as our final person. Again, you stand before Scribe's Gate, where the Gate Guardian regards you all above an archway carved from stone. Are we gonna get to see what the whole drama between her and, Tariq is? Exiles of the Night Wings, you must know by now that, once the stars no longer shine, the rites shall cease. For now, step forth. Except for you, Tariq. You stay right there. Greetings, Celeste. The Night Wings are prepared. And as for me, you shall not blaspheme under the gate again. Do we understand each other, Tariq? Aye, Celeste. I apologize for my behavior before. I shall adhere more strictly to my duties. Be sure of it. Now, each of you come forth. Please state your names and what it is that you seek whilst crossing the Scribe's Gate. One by one, your companions cross the gate until it is your time to do so, and you follow them in turn. The Gate Guardian regards you all, then waves you through toward the summit. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. Am I free to accompany them, Celeste, or shall I remain here? She looks at him a while. You are free to accompany them, Tariq. As you will, Celeste. Until we meet upon the summit, then. Like, what is their beef? On the one hand, it kind of seems like they're exes. On the other hand, it seems like maybe they're like one person that got split in half or something. Which is kind of like being exes. Can I talk to Sandra? I really want to talk to Sandra. Ah! I was really hoping that she'd become like a playable character. Oh, it's you guys. Well, come on in, I guess. You got here right on time because I was just thinking maybe I could close a little early here, you know? Business has been real good and everything. It's just, it's been a little slow in spots. A little slow is all, so I was thinking maybe I should do a sale. What would you say to that? Go for it. Oh, well, I guess maybe that's a way to look at things, and so, then, I am gonna think about it, stew on it for a little while, but no promises, okay? What's this? Ooh, it gives anybody the orb fling. Okay, I'm broke, though. Let us commence the rites, after I eat some more snacks. Yummy. As your companions gather under the fall, awaiting the commencement of this vital rite, the lone minstrel finds you and regards you in his calm fashion. Night is falling. These moments. Hi again! Welcome back. Your PC just needed, like... It just needed to do its thing, I guess. But yeah, we're heading into the finals. It was like, enough! Are you the type that just leaves it on 24/7 like me? Because that might be why. Mayhaps, perhaps.
Night is falling. These moments prior to each commencement, I must admit, they give me pause, knowing so much is at stake during the trial that is to come. Tell me something, would you, reader, to ease the waiting for us both. Oh, just a second, I gotta get some water. My throat. It's also because I was yelling at Faith last night. If you were not ensnared within this place and free to roam your country, what would you have done with all your days and years, rather than striving here under the stars? What would I have done? It was good. I didn't get, like, the true ending. I'll probably do that off stream. But it was cool. It's like, there's definitely a lot more packed into the third chapter. And it has some really cool mechanics. Like, the camera section is such a cool idea. Where you have to use, like, the camera flash to light the way. It's really neat. Also, the part where Father Garcia shows up with a shotgun is so badass. It's like a complete 180 from when it was, like, impossible to keep him alive in Chapter 2, and now he's just, like, mowing everybody down. You longed to find solitude out there, enough, though of a different sort than all the solitude available in such abundance in the downside here. Yeah, it is. It's good. I like that there was kind of like a tinge of comedy in Chapter 3 too, where like a bunch of the notes you find is like Gary running his cult, but it's like managerial shit. It's like, yeah, by the way, we've got like a demon moving into the apartments. It might choose your home as its hiding place. If you see it, just like don't interact with it. By the way, rent and utilities is due at the end of this week, just to remind everybody. It's like the mundane mixed with the awful cult stuff. It's fun. You would have lived out your days in peace beyond the bustle of the Commonwealth, and in a manner closer to the olden times. Peace be with you then, reader, wherever it is that your travels shall take you in this life or the next. It is time. I feel like Chapter 3 of Faith, like, although it's the Unholy Trilogy, it's definitely set up for sequels still as well. Like, there's a bunch of stuff. There's, like, other evil cultists that Gary's talking to. There's all kinds of stuff.
The stars that yet remain aflame align once more over the sacred fall of Solium. 'Twas here that the 8 scribes ordained the glorious tradition in which you now
apparently we're gonna fight Udmilti here, but I'm almost certain that Oralek is gonna interrupt it and we're gonna fight him, because he's like the main rival.
Your adversaries in this liberation rite achieve instead what they desire. May the withdrawn quickly put out your pyre. Let us get on with the proceedings then.
Maybe I'll even, like, fight the Withdrawn and then Oraluk will show up and I also have to fight him. The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. I concur. The pyres burned, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. Then, anointed one of the Withdrawn, come forth now and declare yourself, and pay any respects you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings. Wow, yeah, Udmilte's really here, though.
Yes, we are known to be Witch Udmilde, our adversaries. They are nothing to us or the one we serve. Ye all shall be devoured in the coming age.
I thought I, like, shook your faith in you, Slack, though.
Wrought down by the fell wings and many-seeing eyes of ye Slack the astral born.
You speak blasphemy upon this sacred site, Udmilde. If you value your liberty, then I suggest you cease your mocking of the scribes.
The scribes, they failed to stop ye Slack, and ye shall rise again. As for ye Nightwings, ye are of no consequence in ye Slack's grand design. Soon we shall return unto the land which ye Slack shall usurp, where we shall offer him our blood, and that of many others.
Nightwings, on whose behalf shall you conduct this liberation rite? Choose quickly. Udmilde is kind of funny because, like, I guess here she says, like, oh, she wants to go back to the Commonwealth to, like, prepare for a Slack. But most of the time you fight her, she's like, I don't even give a shit about getting back. I'm just doing my cult stuff, and my god's gonna kill everybody. I trust you are prepared to play the hymns with me, Tariq. Always, Celeste.
Whom do you endeavor to return?
A Jodariel, I think. Out of everyone here, like, in terms of who deserves it the most, and also who will add the most to the revolution on the other side, it's gotta be Jody. Again, have I been chosen.
Who shall strive for her?
And in terms of who will be helping her, let's have Volfred and Pamitha. Let us, this time, send Jodariel on her way. And her GF. Wait, what items do I have on everyone? Oh, I can't back out, can I? I think probably the Feather of Trieste is better for you. Glad we're giving her another shot.
Soon, ye Slack, very soon, we shall release thee. We shall release thee. And as for ye Nightwings, we have much in store for thee.
Commence.
In the flames. Oh shit. I'm not very good at using Volfred, unfortunately. Fuck. Ah! Jesus. If I actually lose here, I'd be so embarrassed. I think if I lose here, I just have to, like, restart. I can't actually lose this match. Yeah, it really does play like a sports game, like NHL or something. I think that's one of the reasons Pyre is like just not as well known as other Supergiant games. It's just the gameplay is very different. Listen, I played a lot of the earlier NHL games. That was like the main game I played with my dad on the original Xbox. Let's see if we can get a goal with Jody. Nope. Oh, shit! No, you bastard! Ah! Ye slack, we invoke thee, for we seek thy ancient strength. Befoul our enemies within thy blood. Damnation to the Nightwings, damnation to the scribes. The invocation of Ye slack. Your adversary, Witch Udmildhe's curse, shall summon forth black pools of banishing ichor, wheresoever any exile is banished. Okay, so basically people leave pools of poop. Okay, but what if I kill you, though? What then? Woo! Alright, we just need one more solid goal. Okay, one more.
Now end the ceremony.
Oh, don't die, Jody! Ah, fuck. I don't think Volfred is fast enough to get there. Yeah, Volfred's so slow. I don't really know how to use him effectively. Fuck.
Poor Jodarian.
He's good on defense, I guess. I'll just wait for my friends to come back. Where did the orb? Oh, they passed it. Jai. Oh, I really wish I had Pamitha. She's so much easier to score with than these two. They're so slow. No. Fuck. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. No! Okay, okay, okay. We're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. And I have Pamitha back now. Yeah, it's basically just divine ball. Fuck it, we ball. Fuck it, we ball.
Proved their worth. They surpassed their adversaries in the end. Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus the scribes have chosen.
I can't believe Orlek hasn't shown up to interrupt this.
By the Nightwings shall be free.
Maybe he's gonna try and push Jodariel down the mountain like he got pushed down the mountain.
Return to glory in the Commonwealth. Her
Also, if
adversary
anyone
and
is gonna be
all others
difficult to push down the
shall
mountain, it's
remain
Jodariel.
to
She's a
carry
tank.
out their rightful sentences.
Know that this affront against Yaslak has been recorded, and his vengeance shall darken the skies. Okay, Milty, go away. Yeah, both of my speedy characters have already returned to the Commonwealth, like Ruki and Gilman. The thing is that the fast characters do a lot less damage to the Pyre. So, like, when Ruki gets a goal, it's super easy. Like, it's basically free for him to score, but it only does 15. And when Jodariel gets a goal, it's difficult, but it does, like, 35 or something. She turns her gaze toward the rest of you. I never thought this day would come. I have all of you to thank for this, for doing this for me. The life that I recall back in the Commonwealth was, at times, difficult, and I am much older now. I know not what I shall find on my return. However, I know this. If that place is still like the Commonwealth I left so long ago, then I shall strive to make it better, for as long as I retain my strength and breathe. She better get to go back. You see her smile faintly as she disappears into the shimmer pool, though you still can hear her voice, though faintly now. Farewell then, reader, all of you, for now. This is like, not only does Jodariel deserve to go back because she's been here for like 16 years, but also because I'm trying to do a revolution on the other side, and out of everyone I still have, Jodariel absolutely is going to help the most.
Godspeed, Captain Jodariel. Perhaps
Yeah.
the scribes are watching even now, watching as their glorious tradition draws to a close.
That's so interesting. I can't believe Oralek didn't show up.
Now take your execrable companions someplace else.
You return to the wagon after having prevailed against the withdrawn in the liberation rite. Excellently done, Nightwings. At least someone got out of here. You succeeded in liberating Jodariel, who returned to the Commonwealth in glory. Our plan approaches a key turning point. Let us ensure it soon comes to fruition, not only for ourselves here, but for our companions and our loved ones in the Commonwealth. But we have little time for reflection into this. Look yonder, reader. The stars demand we go already. Let us help them usher in the end of all this. Oh, another one? I thought this was the last one. You turn your attention to the glimmer of the stars. Their current rate of disappearance suggests another liberation rite shall be coming very soon. Fulfred, I thought you said this was the last rites. Okay, well I guess we're going again. Well, that would explain why Oralek didn't show up. It's not the last one. Alrighty. Let's go... Let's go fight Barker. Let's go listen to the cool theme song. Who's getting freed this time? That's a good question. Maybe Pamitha, or maybe Volfred himself, if I can get his XP high enough. Your adversary, Barker Ashpaws, likely knows the cycle of the rites is drawing to a close. His last remaining chance to earn the favor of the scribes and then regain his freedom likely hinges on the outcome of this next rite. We're running out of time. Volfred, probably? Oh, Tariq. What's up? After the liberation of Jodariel, you find the lone minstrel back in the wagon, looking as though no such thing had occurred this night. You see him tilt his head as you approach. Some words of congratulations are in order for this evening, I should think, reader. And so, congratulations on prevailing in the liberation rite. Surely Jodariel shall be most grateful, and her safe return unto your commonwealth ought benefit the plan in which you all now play a part. As for your adversaries of the withdrawn, this must have been a bitter loss for them and Milpe, although they must have known their chance was far from certain. Thus shall we all await for the next turn of the rites. Celeste and I are to return to our respective duties for the time. I await when next we all shall meet, when next you may yet live up to the glory of the Nightwings in the eyes of the 8 scribes. He trails off, then nods to you in his cordial manner. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, it would be nice to get back, especially now that Jodie's back, because Jodie was kind of like her mom a little bit. And before, like, she had people to take care of her back there, it's like, I don't know if she'd even want to go back. Tizo is an imp. I think he's fine here. Pamitha could be interesting to go back. Oh, so the Commonwealth is like, basically, we all lived in this country called the Commonwealth, and then if you do a crime, you get exiled to this place, and you can go back to it by winning the rights. At dawn, your companions are prepared to depart. Everyone is silent. Your travels are to take you back to the Glade of Lu. Yeah, sort of a return to a civilian life, except Volfred's started this plan where he wants to, like, lead a revolution there, and so the people we send back are helping out with that. The hidden Glade of Lu is nigh impossible to find on foot, though there it lies below us, protected even now by the enchantment of Lu Slorian, 100 Mines. I understand the river named for him is rather famous in your Commonwealth. The mouth of that river Slorian opens wide not very far from here. It was there that limbless Arizek was defeated, turning the Legion lush and livable, at least for certain denizens, although of course not everyone believes this. Your adversaries, the dissidents, must be working to find their way there even now. Good fortune in your fight against them, reader. Bertrude wants to take the Needlefield. I can do vocations here. I want to try and level up Volfred more, so let's do vocations. Ooh! What brings you to me this time, my dear reader? Finally, I can talk to Sandra more. Why are you doing this, reaching out to me again like this? I've been abandoned in this blasted rock more times than you could count, reader, and each time I have laughed it off like so. She is pretty. She's our ghost GF. So basically, She was part of a group of assassins that got sent down here to assassinate the former emperor, who was like now the leader of these scribes. And as punishment, they locked her into this crystal to give to basically, like, her and her team got banished into this crystal, and their job is to, like, support the Nightwings and kind of, like, give them teachings. And so she's been locked in this crystal for, like, 867 years or something. She laughs. She's so pretty. She's awesome. I fear it will be different this time. Before, I knew that someone else would come around and pick up where the previous idiot left off, but now... She scoffs, then falls silent for a time. Well, it seems there may not be a next time after this, if what I am to understand about the stars out there is even a half-truth. So, then I can anticipate an eternity of utter solitude, without even the blasted rites to keep me company. Understand that, while I may be apparition in a glass to you, I yet retain a shred of self, and do not happily foresee that outcome. And yet, you keep on coming back to me like this. If this is all in service of a torment, then you are most cruel, O lovely reader. Commendably so, I have to say. So then, I am to understand that you wish to spend more time with me thus, knowing full well the stars are soon to put an end to this little affair. As if in answer to her question, you feel what seems to be the Beyonder crystal itself. I'm gonna stay with Sandra. You focus your mind and remain where you are, there, with Sandra in the confines of the Beyonder crystal, and remain there with her for some time. No words need be exchanged between the two of you, and in the darkness there, for once, she does not feel alone. Soon enough, however, she bids you to depart. You shall leave these idiots of yours listless if you remain here for too long. Be gone already, and let me know if you have need of me. Ah, she's so cool. I was really hoping that with the rites coming to an end, they'd, like, let her out and she'd be a playable character, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. Let's see if we can do the Volfrid trial. You ask Sandra to administer one of her special trials for Volfrid. That fancy-talking sap, you mean. She'll be interested to see if he has learned something since last we sparred like this. Then, let us bring him forth. Soon Volfrid appears, in heat of the summons. So it is my turn then, is it? Then, let us see what we can do, my kin. Listen well, sap. You answer to me here. As you will, O Sandra the Unseeing. Proper as ever, even. Though I wonder if you have the wherewithal that you project. Show me, then, what you can do without the benefit of those whom you would lead. And let us see if you and your lovely reader have reached a thorough understanding as of yet. Oh, this is gonna be so hard. Like, how do I even... Oh. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, so basically Jodariel is a demon, which is if you are banished down here long enough, you just get like that. So there's other ones out there. They're just pretty rare. Because usually if people are banished for that long, they just die. Yeah, like, how do I even... Fuck, man. This is so hard. He's so slow. Okay. One more. I just gotta let them, like, kill themselves against my defense stuff. Yeah, there we go. I'm curious what... So when you do these trials, you get, like, a unique item for them. I'm curious what his will do. I'm grateful for the privilege of your time, good Sandra. Flattery shall never get you anywhere with me, sap. Nonetheless, your performance was sufficient, and you passed my test. Thus, congratulations are in order to you and to your lovely reader. Now farewell. Yeah, the teleports are good. Thankfully, they didn't have any, like, really fast opponents against me there. I had not seen that Sandra in some time. She has not changed a bit. But it would seem she left something for us, did she? Lose bow. Oh, speaking of the teleports, that's really good. 50% further teleports. Can we chat anymore? No. Okay, bye. You volunteer to survey the thick underbrush around the Black Wagon together with Tizo and Wolfred. Hurry, hurry, kiki. Listen, if it's for Sandra, I'll do it. The search turns up nothing much of note, though wandering with Tizo and Wolfred provides reprieve from a long day on the road. Together, you return to the wagon in somewhat better spirits. You should have time remaining with which you may pursue your vocations. Oh, and someone wants to chat. You notice Bertrude studying the Beyonder crystal. She sets it down as you approach. The mouthy wraith rebuketh our attempt to summon her. She insisteth that we are too young to understand. She must be referring to Sandra. It seems that Bertrude may be able to invoke her. Stubborn, that one, possessing of an ancient understanding, olden ways and olden times. Many centuries of history, knowledge of the 8 scribes themselves, held captive there, within that green-tinged stone, within that wraith's own memories. Would that we could extract them in some way. Perhaps thou couldst induce the wraith's obedience, reading one. For we she heedeth not. She claimeth obligations unto only thee. Although... She stops and thinks very carefully. The Beyonder crystal is not to be tampered with. Your fellow exiles know that its use is at your sole discretion. She backs away from you, still thinking to herself. Ignorest thee our inquiries about this, reading one. Our reasoning has taken us elsewhere. Her refusal to cooperate is like to be an ancient warning of some sort. 'Tis possible that others of the southern bogs know something of her, but we shall not be tampering further with such sorceries ourselves. That the wraith refuseth to cooperate suggesteth her predicament is suitably deserved. She heads out in a huff, but just as the air grows still and quiet, you sense something from the Beyonder crystal. Mouthy wraith, she says. Can you believe it, reader? To be so young and foolish again. Sandra the Unseeing laughs to herself. Your proximity to the Beyonder crystal must have been sufficient to invoke her in this case. That crone of yours is far too curious, I think. But it appears that even she has learned her lesson in this case. Thank the stars I am beholden to no more than one among you Nightwings at a time. And thank the stars that happens to be you rather than her. And if that crone attempts to lay her fingers on my Beyonder crystal again, I shall just have to torment her dreams till she's my age. Do feel free to mention that if it comes up. Now, farewell. You know where to find me, lovely reader. She vanishes. Seems that Sandra proved resistant to Bertrude's tampering. If so much history is trapped within the Beyonder crystal, there it shall remain for the foreseeable future. She's so awesome. Is Wolfred close to hitting a level up? May and Tizo are getting kind of close. Oh, actually, Wolfred's really close. Yeah. Let's try and level up Wolfred. Oh yeah, Sir Gilman. He is back in the Commonwealth now. I freed Sir Gilman, so he is back in the Commonwealth, and he is helping our cause with his usual fervent zeal. Yeah, I love him. He's so cute. All right. It's time to sports ball. I think I'm broke. Hey, you guys, where's your friend? You know, the big one with the horns. Likes frowning, stuff like that. Something happened there or what? Heard a crazy story she just flew on out of here. Or something? Anyways. Yeah, I'm just like, I'm broke. Alright, let's go. By now, having to make preparations for the rites has become second nature to your companions. They go about the process efficiently, and this time in almost total silence. You cannot shake the sense that the routine shall not go on much longer. Pamitha approaches and confirms to you that the Nightwing's sigil is set. Everyone has their books and raiments, and the grounds are ready. Everything should be in order. I hope you're ready for this, reader darling. Not just this rite, I mean, but whatever's in store after that. Though, maybe none of us are. None among us, not the dissidents. If all of this really is some test, we're being tested now. You and Pametha stand together in silence for a time, looking for the stars above to show some indication that the rite is to commence. It is taking too long. Concern begins to well up in you, but then... Okay, we're still going. Oh, it's red. Oh, the Dissidence theme is so awesome.
Reader, it seems the stars once more have mustered wherewithal to usher in the rites. The sky grows dimmer by the day. An age is ending. Surely you must know by now that you shall never all be free. Yet still you struggle to fulfill some senseless plan. But I digress, of course. Some of us still honor the tradition. Some of us hold dear the teachings of the scribes.
Pyres on each side are burning bright. You observe the leader of the Dissidence approach and remove his mask. Well, now, it's time we went another round, then, is it, mates? Don't know how many more of these we got in us these days. So how about we make this one a real kicker, eh? Come on then, Nightwings, do your worst. I want to see you try and do some proper damage here. Spirit Jail basketball is very serious.
Go on then.
Okay, let's get some more XP for... who would be good against these guys? Let's do May and Tizo. And then... maybe Bertrude? What are you using right now?
Bertrude. Very well.
Our adversaries of the Dissidents. If this is to be our final confrontation against them, then let us show them our true power here and now. All right then, mates. You ready? You ready? Let's make those blasted stars up there go wet themselves after we're through here, eh? So this team's tough to fight because they're so fast.
Begin.
Like, what the fuck? Oh my god, they're just shooting at me too. What the hell?
Not much to be done whilst all are banished. The Pyre has been scathed.
Okay, at least I have cover now. Fuck.
United in banishment. Oh? Good. Who?
Anjai.
Their Pyre sputters. Neither triumvirate is closer than the other.
And they're actually good at jumping to block, unlike literally everybody else.
Somebody get the orb.
Fuck.
Oh, you poor Nightwings. Your Pyre weakens. This is the road to ruin. May plunge into the Pyre.
At least May is fast.
The two triumvirates are neck and neck.
And Bertrude being able to shoot through walls is pretty useful. Oh, fuck. Fuck! She accidentally picked it up. God damn it.
Barker leaps headlong into the fire. A show of strength from the Nightwing's opponents.
Ah, yeah.
A rude predicament for the dissidents.
There we go. You're really gonna make us work for this, is that right, mates? Well then, we got our work cut out for us.
May douse the flame.
May has this ability where as soon as she picks up the orb, she gets like infinite stamina. And it's like so busted. Oh, so close. Fuck.
Barker throws himself into the flames.
May is good. May is like one of the few fast characters I have left.
The blasted Nightwings prevailed somehow. Alas, that their adversaries failed to stop them. The right is done.
She is cute.
The scribes. I knew that they would favor us, I think. Although, I hope that they show mercy to the dissidents, too.
Scree whack.
Ye dissidents, ye conducted here with such fury and such desperation that we must commend ye for it, despite the outcome which hath favored us. Can still feel me blood boiling after that. Would have rather snuffed that flame of yours, but hey, be seeing you around these parts. Come on, mates, let's get out of here. I like that the dissidents, despite how they initially seem, are like one of the most chill teams. They just want to have a good time. Yeah, they just want to play ball. They're the epitome of fuck it, we ball. Everyone else, you beat them and they're like, curse you, Nightwings. You guys fucking suck. And the dissidents are like, fuck it, we ball. Inside the wagon, after thwarting the dissidents, Tizo is discussing aspects of the outcome with the others when the lone minstrel seeks you out. Pardon the interruption, reader, though I need to ask a moment of your time. Well, the night is clear enough for you to see. Please, come a look outside. Perhaps the news of your next destination may further stir the hearts of your companions. Oh wow, it's already time again, huh? Is this the last one, though? I don't know. We'll find out. Oh, we're against the dissidents again? Interesting. I guess we will see them again soon. The cycle turns even more quickly now, until such time as it shall shudder to a halt. He makes a sound then, almost like a laugh. I forget myself, reader. I should not say such things. The scribes, they would say that one ought focus on the path in front of them. When we set forth to walk along a labored path, it can be all too much. If we stand back and look upon it as a whole, we may well decide to turn around. But if we begin to walk whilst casting down our gaze, and well resisting the urge to look too far ahead, we may make steady, careful progress. Soon enough, we may arrive where we endeavored. The lone minstrel bids you a good evening. You had best retire for the night, for when first daylight comes, it shall be time again to take to the skies. Yeah, we speed running. I feel like the dissidents are gonna speed run us too, because it's gonna be even harder for the last rite. Well, if I bring Pamitha, that should help at least. Oh, hey. This is probably fucking Oralek, isn't it? Your wagon reels from the impact of some sort of massive object slamming into it mid-flight. Yeah, it's this edgy bitch. False night wings. Oralek calls down to all of you from atop his wagon. Someone breathalyzed that guy. Yeah, Oralek, have you been hitting the devil's drink? Again, you seek to climb that cursed mountain beneath us. Again, you seek to take my rightful place. I should send you crashing down to it, that you might fall as I have. He stares down at all of you. But I shall not. Rather, we shall meet upon the summit ere the last cycle of the rites is ended. Until then. Fuck you. I feel like Bertrude's pretty useful against the dissidents, so let's take Bertrude. Oralek spoke the truth. He has a right to gain the summit when the time comes. Celeste shall deem him worthy and shall let him pass. While he has transgressed against the rites, he has also already been anointed and prevailed. Nothing is written in the book on this, and liberty ought already be his. Yeah, so basically his deal is he was with the Nightwings like a long time ago, before us. And before everyone but Volfred, actually. And they won, but then when he was about to go free, one of the other members like pushed him off the cliff and jumped in instead. And so he's kind of pissed off about that. When exactly Oralek intends to make good on his promise, he did not make clear. Yeah, he got trolled pretty hard. Also, the person that pushed him got trolled pretty hard, because it turns out if you try to push someone away and go instead of them, it just kills you. Later that afternoon, you accompany Bertrude through the old masonry of Temple High Road to the monument of Luce Lorien. We do not fear ye, ancient gods, ye who cannot even keep the stars illuminated in the dark. We do not fear what is to come. Yeah, he's probably mad about that. Like, he can't even get revenge on them, so he's just taking it out on us, even though we had nothing to do with it. He's just an edgy bitch, basically. We do not fear for our companions. We do not fear for our adversaries. We do not fear the Commonwealth or fear it. And we do not fear for us. You return to the wagon after she has finished paying her respects. Is that paying her respects? +2 presents. He really should just join us, and then, like, I'd be like, hey, Oralek, literally just play on my team, and I'll, like, send you home. Easy. I don't even know who I'm gonna send right now. Just join my team, and I'll send you. Literally all you have to do. But no. This afternoon, you feel especially drawn to the Book of Rites and find a place to look upon its words. Through greater understanding comes the reader's influence. Righteousness. Oh, I see. I have to do hope first. You extract a deeper meaning from the words and teachings of the Book of Rites, one you feel in your core yet struggle to articulate. Inspiration comes to you in a flash. Whether from the book or from within, you cannot tell. Nice, +2 hope permanently to everybody. So if we do actually fight the dissidents here, then maybe there'll be one more for Orlek. Ooh, news about Jodariel. Counter a messenger imp. News this time pertains to Jodariel, whom you liberated at the fall of Solium. You learn Jodariel's past transgressions have all been forgiven. She soon was to be reinstated on the blood border, on the presumption that she wanted her old status back. In fact, she was offered an especially prestigious leadership position in the First Veil, for a demon such as she could not be seen in the streets. But she refused the gesture, rather bluntly, the report suggests. Instead, she sought Volfred's agents, as well as several of her former fostered sons and daughters. Right, because she used to run an orphanage, because she's the best mom. And so, the ranks of the revolution grow stronger. The last part of the Messenger Imp's news must have been damaged in transit, though appears to be in Jodariel's own words. All you can tell is that it says, await. You thank the Messenger Imp for relaying this information. Your companions are excited to discuss the news.
Kree-hoo-hoo!
Tizo is fired up about the news of Jodariel's return to the Commonwealth. Literally, the reason she was exiled too is because she was a soldier. And they captured some, like, child soldiers from the Harpies. And their orders were like, yeah, execute them. And she was like, yeah, I'm actually going to let them go instead because I don't want to kill kids. And then they exiled her. She's so awesome. She's so cool. Wonder what the rest of her message said. Hoping it was for you, Pamitha, maybe, because I ship you guys. You guys are cute together. We can envision it. A demon such as thee, she set loose within the Commonwealth. Do you think she still has her horns, now that she's back up there? Having someone of Jodariel's will and stature with us on the other side shall pave the way toward a brighter future. The news of Jodariel's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with newfound resolve. Hey, Celeste. One of our final meetings. Okay, so I think this is probably not the last one. I think it's the second to last, maybe. I swear to God, the last time I played, Volfred was like, the next one's gonna be the last one. And he was wrong. Greetings, Celeste. The Nightwings are prepared, and afterwards, I would have words with you in private, if you please. So I'm not sure. Either these two are X's, because they have, like, extreme X energy. Or they might be, like, two halves of one person that got split in half. Which also just generally gives X energy, because it's kind of the same thing. It seems to me rather late for words now, Tariq, but I shall hear them once your charges cross the gate. Yeah, they could also just be rivals. Now all of you come forth. Please state your names and what it is you seek. We all cross. Go forth with glory. High school music competition. Yeah, they were both in the talent show, but everyone liked his performance better. And Tariq. I, Celeste. You may rejoin the others in a while. For now, I would hear those words of yours. Certainly, Celeste. Everyone, I shall see you shortly. I want to know what you say! Let me eavesdrop! Oh, they're singing! This is actually the perfect time for me to go get water, because you get to hear their pretty singing while I do it. Once I stood up, I realized I also had to pee. All right. Let's see. Oh. Did I unplug my controller somehow? Eh? There we go. Let's see if Sandra will talk to us. Nope. Okay, bye. If Ron has anything new. Just a second.
Hey, guys. It's gotten really cold again up here, but it's worth it, let me tell you. Got a lot of customers been stopping by. Okay, I may have been exaggerating just a little since I have been waiting here a little while, I guess. But are you buying anything?
Do I have anything I want to sell? I'm not really using this. I don't need this, because Jody's gone. Permanent press 1 presence, permanent press 1 quickness is good. This would be kind of nice, because no one else can do this now that Jody's gone. All right.
Pleasure was all mine, and Dad's you guys.
All right, let's go. Time has come again to deliver one of your fellow exiles to a homecoming in the Commonwealth, lest your adversaries, the dissidents, achieve the same instead. The lone minstrel has returned from his jam session and approaches as you await the signal from the stars. There is something that I wish to ask you, Rita. Something which ordinarily would not be my place to discuss in any detail. The probably not final rite. Yes. I think this is probably the penultimate rite, is my guess. You have observed the stars. If you would not mind my... Oh, hey, it's just what we were talking about. How many liberation rites are you supposing yet remain? I'm pretty sure it's 2. You tell him the only logical deduction which you have been able to make based on all of your readings of the stars of late and the readings of how the plot will move, that there shall be one final liberation rite after tonight. I concur with your evaluation, Rita. I wish to make certain that you are aware,
so that you and the Nightwings may yet make the most of your remaining time together thus. As to what happened once the final liberation rite is ended, we soon shall both find out. But lo, it seems that we are called upon once more. Look forth.
Man, I don't know who I want to send. I kind of want to send Pamitha, but at the same time, I don't want to send Pamitha because I, like, need Pamitha so that I won't lose next time. I think maybe I send Volfred, honestly. No, but I want Volfred for the match with Oralek, because they need to settle some shit. Because I'm pretty sure they were a thing. The way Volfred talks about that, man. Oh my god.
Think back upon the words that it revealed. Oblige the voice that tells you more. Oblige the voice that tells you more. Would that the scribes were here among us still. I would not sing your praises to them, rest assured. I trust that you shall savor this occasion. You shan't have to oblige me for much longer.
No.A more concerned with the OTPs than the revolution? I really am. Oh, but I do want to send Volfred back for the final, right? So maybe I send Pamitha now. I think I can get by with May as my speedster. Anointed one of the dissidents, come forth now and declare yourself, and pay any respects you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings. Yeah, long time no see, dude. Barker bursts out from some hidden corner, having a Joker moment.
A real pleasure to be here, mates, truly. Barker Ashpaws, call me Barker though, alright? By the by, it was a real pisser getting here, you know?
Begging your pardon, Barker Ashpaws, you thusly speak upon the summit of the sacred mountain.
Oh my, so terribly sorry to offend you there, lassie. I forgot we got the stars above up there to make me watch me language. Though, let's get one thing straight, lassie. I don't give a bother for your sacred mountain, so you take it and you shove it. Me and my pack were just here for the laughs, you got that? The other side ain't any better than this one. We ain't interested in your freedom. But, just the same, we're gonna get it. Take it from those wee little babes they're so antsy for it.
I like this funny dog, too. He just wants the ball.
Hear that, you Nightwings? You better put up a good fight here, or I ain't gonna be happy, understand?
He's also, like, one of the hardest teams to fight, because it's just all super fast guys. Okay, I think we're gonna try and send Pamitha. The guys least desperate to escape are the best ones, yeah. Although, actually, the Harpies are really tough to fight, too. And they were also very desperate to get out. Oh, do I send Pamitha or May? I think I send Pamitha for my OTP. And I feel like, honestly, May is, like, just as happy in the downside as she is in the Commonwealth. So I'm to get my shot at all this, then. How very thoughtful of you, reader darling.
Who shall lend her support?
And who will help? Against the doggos, maybe Bertrude's useful. And we need someone else fast, so let's bring May.
May.
Oh,
I can help. I think I can help. All right then, mates. No more waiting, no more holding back. And let's rip them to shreds. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go! It's weird to fight these guys without the, like, thrashy guitar music.
Commence.
It's also a lot easier to fight these guys with a bunch of obstacles in the way. So they can't just immediately run up and shoot me. Oh, you can still vaguely hear their guitars under it, though. That's funny. Woo! Yeah, they're not used to fighting here. Oh, shit. I screwed that up. Kill. Kill. Girl, kill. Ah! No, you don't. Anjai. Okay, they're probably gonna get a goal here, unless... There we go. Ah, fuck. They're so fast. There we go. Almost girl failed. What in the... All right, mate, something's gone right funny with that orb as far as I can tell. Better laugh it up while we still can, eh? Indeed, something strange seems to have happened to the... Oh, I thought he was just coping. Something happened to the celestial orb. It shudders now, as though possessed of the same chaotic power as your adversaries. Is it just gonna, like, move? Wait, where did... Oh, it, like, fucking flew. Ay, 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 ay. Literally Anjai. What if I just killed you all, though? Okay. Let's get going up here. Oh, shit.
Opportunity.
Let's go.
Gone. Once more like that, and we are finished here. Take that, Barker.
Take that, Barker. Archbishop. May just run it in. Yup.
There it is. The blast
Nice. I don't think I even got scored on.
their worth. As for their adversaries, they
Yeah, we found out that the announcer guy is
thus ends
apparently like
deliberation right.
one of the former Nightwings who got sent back, and he got like a position of power and is all
The exile
stoked about
appointed
it
by
now.
Nightwings.
And that's why he's like kind of a bitch to us, because he knows about
Absolved of all
Volfred's
misdeeds.
revolution thing.
Return to glory in the Commonwealth. Her adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
What a joke. Here I was thinking we were gonna make 'em cry after all this. Come on, mates. I've right had it with this stuck-up place. So let's get out of here already, aye? Yeah, you were actually easier to fight here. I guess you're not used to fighting on the mountain. Yeah, he just wants to commentate Spirit Basketball all day. So, what? Am I supposed to give a speech or something then? Reader darling, all of you, look. I've no idea still why you picked me. Well, I do have one, but I don't think it's right. If you'd wanted to get rid of me by now, you needn't have gone to such lengths. And so, I'm left only to conclude that you did this for me. The years I've spent down here, in one sense they've all just been such a waste, just utterly for nothing. Spectacularly so. Thought that my relationship with Tamitha had nowhere left to go but up, but, well, you know, not quite the case. But then I think on what would have become of me had I made no attempt to set things right. Had I not done everything I have. I could not have lived with that, I think. I was so certain that my life would end down here. I'm only now beginning to consider that the opposite may have come true instead. What I'm trying to say is, thanks to all of you. I mean that. I can't believe she's like, what do you expect, me to make a speech? And then she makes like a really heartfelt speech immediately afterwards. Now, I guess I'd better head on back to that damned Commonwealth, so, bottoms up. She plunges in the waters of the Shimmer Pool and disappears from view, though her voice still rings out. We'll have to see what we can do up there, provided that my sisters haven't had their way with it just yet. Anyway, let's find a way to keep in touch. But, just in case, goodbye. She saw through my shipping attempts. Whatever. You're gonna go up there and you're gonna hang out with Jodariel and you're gonna like it.
Is nearly at an end.
Blessed are the scribes, whose internal wisdom shines upon us through the stars, and illuminates our path to our salvation. Wait, what did I just say? Why, that was strange, but I feel so invigorated now. Flings the orb faster, or charge up time for jump and sprints is gone. That's way better. May you have to carry us through these last games. May scoring and Bershri just killing everybody is gonna carry us, I think. You prevailed in the liberation against the dissidents. Already does the Black Wagon feel quieter than usual without Pamitha, who returned to the Commonwealth. You overhear some of your companions reflecting on this. She hath passed from this place, along with all her eccentricities. The scribes will see her safe return. You wonder who, if anyone among you, shall be the next to go. The last light of the stars still shines for us above. At this point, what is to become of our plan needn't be the subject of our speculation. I trust that we'll learn the outcome soon enough. Our actions to this point shall pave the way, perhaps our faith as well. So let's for now focus on this. We stand upon the brink of the last churn of the cycle of the rites. You said that like 3 rites ago, Wolfred, but I believe you this time. Soon, we'll have a chance to get one of you home. Now, reader, up for a little stargazing. Let's see where in the downside we shall be returning for these final rites. Where are our last stars? Huaub and Gol and Jomware. 81% success rate. It's pretty good. Manly, Deluge. Let's go fight Ignarius, I guess. Once more, you are to face the Tempers, then. Although, I wonder. He hesitates before saying anything further. You cannot sense his thoughts. I apologize. I was lost in thought there for a moment. Let us make way for the spring of Jomware when everyone is feeling more refreshed, as much as possible.
Who wants to chat?
Tariq? We were just talking, bro. He tilts his head a bit as you approach. Once more, the Nightwings have prevailed in the liberation rite under your mindfulness, reader. A commendable achievement. He's needy, yeah he is. He's a musician. Surely Panatha shall live out her days in gratitude to you and your companions. Perhaps she may now seek Ruki there in your commonwealth. I should think Ruki would have liked to witness what took place this night. I trust that together, they shall make a formidable difference to the plan which all of you endeavor to achieve. No, she's gonna go hang out with Jodariel, dude. This guy doesn't understand my galaxy brain shipping. Now, for the time, Celeste and I are to return to your respective stations. We all await the next turn of the cycle of the rites. May you prevail once more when next we traverse Scribe's Gate. Until then, reader, rest well under the stars. What was that page I got? It was like on Legacy. This is just like terms. Maybe on Commonwealth? On kinship, on worth, on history, on legacy. Reader, though you shall always bear a burden, it is much lighter than the burden of a lonesome exile. Go forth and become free. Then join with others such as you and lead with mercy, continuing to demonstrate your worth, and knowing that the Empire's fall formed the foundation of our Commonwealth. You shall cease to be a reader and become a voice both to the free and to your successors here, who shall take up this book when you no longer need it. The cycle of the rites shall see to it that you and others like you shall be liberated ere the coming of another age. May the stars shine ever brightly on us all. Okay, so maybe somehow I'm getting free. Sandra, do you want to chat? No, okay. Always gotta check. Alright. Let's go fight Ignarius. Bertrude slithers up to you as the backwagon passes through the skies above her former abode. Our kind who lurk below, they would scarce believe we soar above them now. We told them when Sandalwood came to fetch us that we shall not return for some time. our most accomplished laborers, with whom we shared so many moons in exile. We trust that they shall carry forth the reputation of our services, for we taught them all we know. She seems almost nostalgic as she lists off the various services provided at Big Bertrude's. Curses, bombs, potions, powders, cleaning reagents, sleep medicines, fungicides, seances. Big Bertrude's earned quite a name for itself throughout the downside for these and other things. When we are finished here, provided we do not return from whence we came, we shall return to our establishment and carry on our business there, for there is much demand. Okay. Man, everything looks like bad down here. Apparently I'll find something useful here. Make time to explore the rocky pathways of Fall Flat with your companions. Not much to see here, I'm afraid. Likewise, Bertrude. We hath discovered naught of any consequence, yet there is more to see. They turn to you. You may continue searching or return to the wagon empty-handed and pursue your vocations. Yeah, actually, I want to pursue my vocations. Because I think I can start leveling up Glory now. Yeah, makes me do more damage. What have you come to understand of the book? Can you recite its pages yet by heart? Have you internalized its teachings? In its lack of limits, you experience yours. Righteousness. Actually, I think for the final rite, maybe I'll send May back. Wolfred will have to fight in it, because he has to fight his boyfriend. Or his ex-BF, I guess. They're exes now. They're so divorced. But maybe I'll send May back. I feel almost like maybe I don't send Wolfred back, because he can, like, execute his plan from here. And he seems chill with that. The lone minstrel appears bearing some sort of news. I have checked, and it appears as though the tempers have not yet arrived, reader. There is no sign of Ignarius or anyone. Their sigil is not set either. If what he says is true and your adversaries are not present, then you presume the rite cannot commence. However, the stars themselves soon indicate you are mistaken. Huh? Yeah, if they, like, can't do anything to him. It's also a good point. Like, what are they gonna do? Exile him? He's already down here.
The Commonwealth. Your home. Today it is aflame. Much like a stack of books. Aflame because of you.
Oh, apparently things are going well up there.
Outlandish plan. Not that you care. Not that you shall live to see this place again. Your attempts at revolution shan't succeed. Though by all means, keep trying. As for myself, I shall enjoy presiding over these remaining rites.
The crazy thing about this voice, like the commentator, is that this is Logan Cunningham. This is the same guy that's like the narrator in Bastion and Hades in Hades, like the guy with the super low gravelly voice. I love that he gets to do such a different role in this game. The rite is set to commence, but your adversaries, they have failed to show. By the scribes,
They must have lost all hope.
Yeah, the crazy thing is he wasn't even like a voice actor before Bastion. Just he was a friend of the composer, and the composer was like, "Oh, this guy has an awesome voice. You should be in our game."
Indeed, as the rites are drawing to a close, some of the triumvirates whom you have met, perhaps they are beginning to decide the stars are not worth heeding any longer. Ignarius, you wonder whether he would give up on the rites like that. He did seem rather disaffected, having failed in the liberation rite before. Perhaps he did decide to quit for good. In any case, we have begun the ceremony here, and so I ask that we end it.
Who shall besmirch the Nightwing's name?
What do we, like, literally even do here?
Volfred. May.
Chiru-sama?
Bertrude. It is done.
We take no pleasure in snuffing out a flame disowned.
Are we literally just gonna, like...
Lo, even your adversaries have abandoned you. And it is done.
Wow. That's
The
kind of
Nightwings
depressing.
prevail by default. Not that their adversaries even care.
My only hope is that our would-be adversaries find some peace.
Woo!
Boundless are the
Yay!
teachings of the
I know, right?
scribes.
They were pushing me there, but
Now
we managed to
go
eke out a
and
win.
wallow in the downside for a while.
No one speaks further of the tempers back at the Black Wagon. Everyone is instead preoccupied with the rite that is to come.
Is it true then? This is going to be our last chance to go home? The stars always shine with truth. The ending of the cycle of the rites is now upon us.
He looks over to you.
Please, look forth, reader, and see this for yourself. You may well surmise where we are going next.
The others turn to you as well. You turn toward the wagon's door. You know that you shall see out there. Now, however, the time has come to face it. The dim and fading light of the final star still pierces through the darkness. Yeah, so I think I'm probably gonna send May. We're at 84%. We're doing pretty hot. Yeah, and of course we're against Oralek. You are summoned to the Fall of Solium for your 7th and final liberation rite. Thus shall the cycle of the rites be ended for an age. You sense that, if the rites ever shall commence again, it shall not be during your lifetime, or that of any of your companions, even the longest-lived ones. The stars reveal to you one thing more. The adversary whom you face shall be Oralek. Already he has crossed the Scribe's Gate and awaits your arrival. If the 8 scribes created the Nightwings in their own likeness, perhaps it is only fitting that the Nightwings should, in the end, be forced to face themselves. It is a shame that we should have to confront Oralek in the end. Our goals should never have been at cross purposes. I am surprised that this is what the scribes desire. For now, it may be best that you recover until dawn. Regain your strength as best you can for the coming trial. Rest well, reader. The group disperses as exhaustion sets in. At dawn, you fly to Mount Aladiel to make a final effort to achieve your plan, and get someone home. But who? Okie dokie.
Foolish
Hey.
reader. Your so-called friends. You are accomplice to their hateful plot.
Yeah.
They are exploiting you.
No, we're buds.
You shall never have your freedom.
Okay. By dawn, you are already up and about after a troubled slumber. The Blackwing is prepared for its final voyage to the fall of Solium. No one speaks. As you lift into the skies, the lone minstrel raises his voice, cutting through the somber mood. Reader, a certain olden ballad comes to mind just now. Oh, are you going to sing for us? I think it may befit the circumstances. Perhaps it may help to pass the time along our flight. Would you mind it very much if I were to play this song for the Night Wings? Absolutely! You urge the lone minstrel to play his ballad so that all among you might hear it. He begins without another word. The rites shall come to bear, emanate the signs, the exiles shall be there. Are not the same, yet we shall be as one. Illuminate flame, the end has just begun. That's the name of this stream. Parade together on their own. The journey shall be made. The journey shall be made. You touch down amid the sublime grandeur of Mount Aladiel to make the pilgrimage to the summit for one last time. There, one last liberation rite shall soon commence. There, one last exile shall regain his or her freedom. All others shall remain to carry out their sentences here in the downside for the remainder of their lives. Actual finale time. It almost feels like Aurelek does deserve his freedom because he kind of got robbed of it, but he's been such a dick that I don't want to give it to him. You know? Like, if he wasn't such an asshole, I'd be like, okay, yeah, Aurelek, you can win and get your freedom. But because he's been such a fucking asshole about it, I want to beat him still. Like, literally, if you were just not a bitch, I'd be totally chill with you. We beseech ye, ancient gods of the last age, and we invoke thine aid. We have traveled far to gain this summit many times, and stood steadfast with our compatriots who seek to leave this place. We now offer ye our services eternally, if ye would grant us such a boon as to ensure our triumph in the coming night. Long would we serve ye, O ancient gods, should ye accept our offer here and now. The reason why the rites are ending, we don't actually know. Basically, the stars are really important to the rites, and they're kind of like what guides and shapes them, and for some reason they're going out. And why this is happening is unclear, but it's happening. Ooh, Bertrand gained +3 glory is pretty awesome. Yeah, it's like an unavoidable thing, but we don't know why. You remain intent on further study of the Book of Rites. Let's fully level up everything here. The book seems to push back against you. You sense of its hidden meaning crumbles under layers of contradiction, of missing details, and yet you feel a thorough knowledge of it now. It is more artifact than book. Its power almost solely rests with the reader, who makes time to form a certain meaning from the many passages unwritten. So, like, Yislak, who that one lady was really obsessed with, was one of the titans that the 8 scribes killed, and it was essentially like an eldritch abomination that had like power from beyond the stars, and they used its skin to bind this book. So the book is like inextricably bound to the stars. The lore in Pyre is so cool. Yet the glimpse of knowledge you approached just then called back at you to stop and go no further, not to press too forcefully against the outer limits of your understanding. Nevertheless, for what you recognize shall have to be the final time inspiration comes to you in a flash, whether from the book or from within. Even now, you cannot tell. You look up to see the lone minstrel there. You had not noticed him. He looks up at you with his strange eyes, a color not unlike the bindings of the book, and he smiles at you faintly. The moment passes, and he turns to go about his business. He leaves you there. You realize you are clutching the Book of Rites to your chest. You manage to pull away. Can we talk to Sandra? Ooh, messenger imp. What's Pamitha... Pamitha? Yeah, what's Pamitha doing? Specifically, the imp shares details regarding Pamitha and what became of her since she was liberated at the fall of Solium. She found herself back in the homeland of her enemies, where, despite her connection to the High Wing remnants, her past transgressions were forgiven. In fact, she was asked to join the military council given her unique background, yet she refused to cooperate, and instead demanded to be reunited with her sister, Tamitha. But when they threatened her with a resentencing to exile and insisted that she take the opportunity, Pamitha said at last that she would think it over and returned with a decision soon. Next she was seen, however, was among Volfrid's sons and daughters of the Revolution, where it is said she has attached her loyalty, at least for the time. You thank the imp for bringing you this news, which soon gets your companions talking. I hold to hope that both the Thane sisters one day shall join together as part of our good cause. The two of them can help lead us toward a brighter future. I wonder where her sister is right now. I'm sure she cares for Pamitha. I'm sure of it. Grrrn! We suspect the ancient enmity between the winged and the flightless shall not be soon resolved, if ever at all. In spite of some mixed feelings, the news of Pamitha's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with resolve. Everyone got some more hope. Gate Guardian is there as ever, but you sense something different in her. Exiles of the Night Wings, We shall not meet again after the coming rite. Tariq and I. It shall be time we take our rest, I think.
Salutiam, Ceres.
Greetings, Celeste. I would tell you that the Nightwings are prepared, though this time I am certain anyone amongst feels thus. We have a duty to uphold, Tariq. And then what, Celeste? And then nothing. Not for the rites or us. Not till the dawn of a new age. Now, Nightwings, step forward. Please state your names and what it is that you seek whilst crossing the Scribe's Gate. One by one, your fellow exiles approach her, now with sureness in their step. If I may, my name is Volfred Sandalwood. I long as yet to see an age where freedom is one's birthright, and no longer are good people such as these forced to contend for it.
Oh, my name is May, and I am here because the scribes, this is the path that they have shown me and all of us. I like it when they call to me.
We are called Big Bertrude. We seek to fulfill the plan of Sandalwood, for we are fond of him and his beliefs, and then to go about our business.
Tizo believes that his ancestors are watching over the Nightwings and seeks to live up to their legacy. Finally, you step forth once more. You, a war orphan who vowed to help their friends be free again, and who managed to come this far with this group. The Gate Guardian observes you for a moment, then motions past the archway toward the summit. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. Except for you, Tariq. You stay right there. I thought you said. The rites are not yet ended, Tariq. He looks to her, then over to the rest of you. Pardon me, everyone. I shall be there when the stars align. The Gate Guardian and the Lone Minstrel remain together as the rest of you depart. And it's looking pretty gloomy up here. Gain the summit of Mount Aladil for the 7th time, the final time in which any one of you shall have a chance to leave the downside. Beyonder Crystal seeks you! Let's go, Sandra! Thank you for visiting on such short notice, reader. I understand you have important matters to attend to. So, let me be blunt. Please, listen for a moment, then. I know this whole affair is coming to an end. All of it. I sense the binds that formed the rites becoming weak. Which means, soon you will not need me anymore. Not that you have needed me at any point, but still, my services will not be of any further use. I would love to tell you that this means I shall be free from my eternal prison. For some of my Beyonders, it shall be a release. My accomplices are bound by bleaker words than those which have bound me. They shall fade away, I think, and finally rest. I, however, shall remain. She hesitates for a moment. Thus, I have a proposition for you. I do not know where you shall go from here, but we're gonna bring you with us, for sure, for real, for real. I ask you to take me there, wherever it shall be. By that I mean, take this stone prison of mine and keep it. Do not just leave it, as all your predecessors have, each time their stay among the Nightwings reached an end. Soon, the Beyonder Crystal shall serve no use at all, except to keep me trapped. I'm content to remain thus, for I have little choice. But I would prefer to do so in your company. Yeah! For I do enjoy your company, reader. This may not be much of a compliment, but I assure you that I much prefer your company to an eternity of solitude.
I have no wish to see you again in years, and to eventually decay whilst I remain unchanging. But I should rather have more years whilst having contact, even if those years are to be brief. They should afford me many more in which I might think back upon our times. Nor do I expect you to accommodate my needs, for I am well aware I have my limits in accommodating yours. That is to say, I wish you to go forth after this night and live your life however you see fit, for your own sake. May all this rites business enrich your coming days somehow. And, in considering that life after this night, if you think that there may be a place in it for me, however small, then, once again, I simply ask that you take me along. She's basically asking us to marry her, basically. What if we make a really, really big ring and set the Beyonder crystal in it? That way, should you ever wish to visit me again sometime, you could. And I would like to have that as an option more than not. My request here is a selfish one, for there is little I can offer in exchange other than what little my companionship is worth. Perhaps I could lull you to sleep once in a while. Who knows? You could always try to sell the Beyonder crystal for a reasonable sum somewhere or something to that end. There must be someone out there with an interest in this thing. So then, you have heard my sad little proposition. What do you say? She asks, like, a very simple thing, but she has to give you, like, the billions of reasons why you shouldn't do it or why it's not worth your time. But, like, listen, it's really little, even though it's, like, totally not worth your time to do so. Oh my god, girl. Come on. You grasp the Beyonder crystal and set it into the folds of your clothing. Sandra senses this and makes a sound as though surprised. Thank you, reader. She is at a loss for a moment. Then, let us go then from this place. Go and face your last remaining adversaries. May you crush them under heel and achieve the outcome which you seek. I believe you shall prevail. She disappears into the stone for now. Ghost GF! Woo! Alright, let's go. Let's say bye to Ron as well. Hey, guys. I guess you probably heard the big news, huh? Yeah, I'm out of business here, I guess. Just hasn't been the same, you know, what with all the stars all fading out and stuff. Anyway, just wanted to say you guys are great, and I sure am gonna miss having you guys as customers and all of that. But I got some good news though, too. All my stuff is all on sale now, and I will throw a little extra there just for you, okay? So, enjoy. And maybe I'll be seeing you guys around, okay? They're only 5% off? That's so funny. It's like, all my stuff is on sale just for you guys, and it's like barely reduced. I guess we might as well use some of this stuff for the last rite. It's the thought that counts. Yeah, I guess so. +4 hope, +4 quickness. Let's give hope to Volfred, because he's gonna be our main defense. You guys have a good day out there. Alright, let's set up our inventories for this. Right, so actually Luminous Idol is pointless for her because she has infinite stamina while she has the orb. So we could give her the Bouncing Aura. Let's give her the Typhoon bottle. Tizo, sorry, but I don't think I'm going to use you in this right because I'm bad at using you. Volfred. Take your item and let's see if we can level it up a bit. Oh, right, and I'm going to give you +4 quickness for the next right, and this. Going through solid stuff is useful. I can't really level this up at all. Let's give you hope. And let's give you hope as well. Okay. Alright, we're all set up for the final rite, and I'm gonna go pee again really quick. Piece complete. I'm all emptied out, and I'm ready for the final rites. That's a horrible way to say that, but it is what it is. You have gained the summit of Mount Aladiel for the 7th time. Very few stars remain above to light your way as you await the commencement of the final liberation rite. The lone minstrel finds you clutching the Book of Rites, seeking there, perhaps, some bit of wisdom that has eluded you thus far. Reader, we may not have a chance to speak again after this. I may have to go. I wish to say that I am grateful for having made your acquaintance, and I shall remember you with fondness. I wish you well, this night and always. Go forth with glory. Then he looks up and extends his hand in friendship. You clasp it. For a second I thought that said you slap it. Like you put his hand out and you just... Pah! You see Tizo has joined you. All of your companions are there with him, in fact.
Scrackery.
Wants you to know he has utmost faith in you. Thanks, Tizo. Reading 1. Thou art both wiser and less irritating than most others of thy kind. We have learned something from thee, and we are grateful. This game is insane because, like, because you can choose who to liberate, like, any of the original group could still be with you at any point in the game. Like, you miss out on so much interaction with certain characters just because, like, you have to lose characters as you go, but you choose which ones. It's very interesting. Like, there must be so much writing in this game that you just don't see. It is strange for me to say, given the circumstances of our meeting, reader, but it has truly been a pleasure. Onward now. Let us achieve our plan.
Oh,
Hi, reader. The others, they said they wanted me to join them and come talk to you, so here I am. The scribes are watching us.
You look upon your fellow exiles, your companions with whom you have withstood the downside, and with whom you shall now conduct this final rite. Begging your pardon, but my time has come. We shall see each other soon. He departs. After this night, the outcome of Wolfred's plan, the plan of which you all have been a part, shall be decided, one way or another. For now, all you can do is strive to prevail against your final adversaries, so that one last companion may go free. You rise to join your fellow exiles as the last remaining stars ignite. Let me just check one thing really quick. Right, okay. So I was curious because at one point in the game, Wolfred is like, hey, I've, like, calculated how much liberating each person would contribute to the plan. And I was assuming that you could see that somewhere and it just wasn't shown, but actually it's not. He just was letting you know that he's done it, but he's not gonna let everyone know because that would be fucked up, kind of. Okay, cool. Boom, 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 boom. Bum, 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 bum.
Look, for one last time, upon the fall of Solium, dear reader.
Time to kick Wolfred's
Hear
ex's
me
ass.
For one last time. For soon, the few remaining stars shall fade away, leaving you stranded there for your remaining days in that forsaken land where you deserve to be.
Fuck you.
The rabble that you roused here in the Commonwealth shall be put down. The exiles whom you liberated all shall fall in line. But first, let us get on with this last liberation rite. You face none other than yourselves. Each so unlike the glorious Nightwings of yore. 'Tis a shame that one of you shall soon be free, for you deserve each other.
The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared.
Oh,
But before the lone minstrel can concur, as per the custom.
Not another word.
The demon Oralek slowly raises his clawed fingers to his mask.
The false Nightwings have arrived at last. Long have I awaited this. My freedom once was stolen from me. Then I was cheated of it, here upon this mountaintop. You may now attempt to take it from me once more.
He stands there for a moment, silent, then. Oralek dons his mask and stands prepared.
May these damned rites cease forever for the misery which they caused.
Nightwings, we shall not meet again after tonight, for the cycle of the rites is all but ended. Thus, I would have your decision. On whose behalf shall you conduct this final liberation rite? The one whom you anoint, or else the exile Oralek shall be returned. Godspeed, reader. You know what is at stake better than I. I have utmost faith in you to make the best decision, and conduct this rite with glory. Nightwings, the star's remaining light grows dim. Your decision, please. It's now time to choose who, if among any of you, will go free this one last time. Rest of you shall remain in the downside to the end of your days. One by one, you meet the gazes of each of your fellow exiles. Tizo, Volfred, May, Bertrude. Your fellow exiles, your companions, your friends. Together you have come this far, but now the downside and the rites conspire to tear your group apart and disrupt your plan. Yep. With but a glance, you reassure your fellow exiles that you know what to do.
One final opportunity for salvation.
So, I think we're gonna choose May. Because... Oh, interesting. You can't even send Volfred. Yeah, because, like, Tizo... He's a little guy. He's fine here catching fish and stuff. And messenger imps can fly between the downside and the Commonwealth. I bet Tizo could learn how to do it, too. He's a badass. He can do it. Volfred, I can't pick anyways, but... He's fine here. He's carrying out the plan from here. He's probably safer here doing the revolution. Bertrude, same thing. She's got her business here. She's chill here. She wants to hang out with Volfred. And May would probably be fine staying here too. But honestly, she should go and, like, have a proper life for once. Because it's honestly kind of fucked up that she had to, like, grow up eating plants in the downside. And now that, like, Jodariel and Hedwyn and everybody are out there, there's actually people that will, like, be nice to her there. So we're gonna send May.
May.
Me? I can finally go home? Oh, not yet, I mean. I know I can't go yet, but if the scribes allow it, maybe soon? This final time? Your choice is cast. As for your other companions, you sense a clarity of thought and purpose in each of them. They stand ready to support May, as well as you.
Who shall be at her side?
Volfred, you have to stand against your ex.
Volfred.
Assuredly, my kin. Besides, we stand against Oralek. It is fitting that I should have to confront him myself.
That's what I'm saying. And Bertrude, because she's really good.
Bertrude.
Thy will is ours, reading one. Let the remaining stars shed their last light upon our ceremony here.
Man, so interesting. If I hadn't quote unquote let Tamitha win that one time, I could have sent everyone except for Volfred and Bertrude.
It is
like all
done.
the original members.
Those are to be my adversaries, then. And who is it, I wonder, who asserts their will over that group?
You sense Aurelek searching for you, almost reaching out to you.
You, the shadow of the false Nightwings. They are nothing but you who would relinquish your own liberty for sake of them. Strange. It is fitting, then, that I should have to face one such as you.
Then Aurelek stands at the ready, signaling for his two allies to do the same.
By the light of dawn, the cycle of the rites shall cease. Let us see if we can finish this ordeal before that time.
The sky above begins to shudder. The final liberation rite is about to commence. Tariq. Hi, I am prepared, Celeste. Then, let our song this evening shake the stars themselves. Aye, Celeste. Let us make sure of it.
Begin. The final chance at liberation for the age.
Oh, he has the kill on throw, huh? Bro, how much can he jump? What the fuck? It's so cursed. May. Well, he's dead. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay. Hold it down. Oh, my God. Okay. Ah! This is really hard. They have like two pretty fast characters, and then they have Aurelek, who has like a billion fucking stamina, apparently. Oh damn, this far teleport's pretty sick though.
The skies rain ash. Soon your own pyres will mingle with them.
Just then, the skies above begin to rain down fire, the final throes of the cycle of the rites, and the ending of the age. Oh, what the fuck? Die.
You wear the raiments once again. I could not simply stand by and do nothing, Aurelek. Yet that is what you did. When last we stood together on this blasted mountain, I fell. You simply stood. Aurelek, what shall it take for you to be convinced I took no part in your betrayal?
Aurelek seems to consider the question, but only for a moment.
Give me my damn freedom. Let me prevail, here and now. Would you promise to uphold our plan, to bring about a better Commonwealth? No, I make no promises. I owe you nothing. Then I am sorry, Aurelek. My love of country comes before all else. More than your freedom and our friendship is at stake. Your love be damned, Wolfred. Let us stand as adversaries then.
See, like, literally, if you were just not a dick about it, we'd be chill. But, no.
Splendid.
Ah, Anjai, almost.
Now take it.
Ay, ay, ay.
Beneath
Fuck.
contempt.
Oh, yeah, they're definitely gonna score here. Yep.
From burning flame to ash. Seize the orb.
Oh, damn, their imp is really fast. Holy shit, Oralek is so fast. What the hell? It's so fucked up.
There.
Ah! May, come back, come back. No! Oh my god. Okay. Oh no, I meant to jump. I meant to jump. Okay, it works. It works. It works. It works.
So the false Nightwings bear their fangs at last. But that cannot be your finest effort. You think you deserve your freedom more than I. Then fight for it, damn you.
That's what I'm doing, asshole.
To that relic. Grown old and bitter lo these many years.
Oh, she almost got there. Okay, defense with Wolfred. Oh my god. This is so tough without May. I might just be able to... Oh! Teleport in with Wolfred. Let's go. Yeah, well, everyone that gets stuck here for a long time has the cool horns, to be fair. He does have horns. Yeah, that item that gives Wolfred more teleport range is kind of busted. He can teleport, like, across the whole map. Oralek stands, breathing heavily. He looks back on the thin lick of flame that it is his smoldering pyre, before turning his attention back to your triumvirate. Oh, shit. Fuck! What the hell? Bertrand, Bertrand, Bertrand! Ah!
All of you, you shall rot here. You shall rot as I have all these many years. You false Nightwings who would deny me once again my rightful liberty. You who deny that liberty to all of the triumvirates you face and vanquish under the guise of the traditions of those blasted scribes. Come, let us continue this glorious affair.
Mad 'cause bad? Fuck! Fuck! What?! Oh my god, he's so broken. I'm mad 'cause bad. Teleport gaming.
The Nightwings proved their worth. An outcome which left little room for doubt.
Imagine getting dunked on by your ex-boyfriend as he teleported across the stage.
And thus, the scribes have chosen.
I knew the scribes would help us see this through. You look upon May for what you expect shall be the last time you see each other. Any moment now, the Shimmer Pool shall engulf her. If Oralek chucks her off the mountain, I'm gonna kill him. Any moment now, she shall return to glory and join with Volfred's agents in the Commonwealth to help achieve the plan. Any moment now, the cycle of the rites shall end until at least the dawn of a new age. Any moment now.
And thus, the scribes have chosen. And thus.
Oh, is it not
scribes
gonna
have
work this
chosen.
time?
And thus, the scribes have chosen. No. Nightwings. Reader. What have you done?
Oh no, are we too late? Is it too late for me? Each time prior upon the fall of Solium, the Shimmer Pool has opened, following the Liberation Rite, and taken in whichever exile prevailed. Oh my god, imagine if I let Oralek win, and then it just didn't work. But now all is still, and the light of the stars above has all but died. You sense a growing fear that it is already too late, that the Shimmer Pool shall not reveal itself again. Oralek approaches, his head bowed. Look at this smug cocksucker, fucking asshole. The 8 scribes saved their greatest treachery for last. Then, something else catches his notice. Wait. Ha! A sudden rush of starlight cascades through the stillness of the summit. It's like red, though. That looks bad. The Shimmer Pool has appeared again. Different somehow, but open. May looks upon it, but it does not engulf her, or at least not yet. It seems I was mistaken then. The 8 scribes. This is not their greatest treachery. It is their greatest jest. The Shimmer Pool is flung wide open. Oh, everyone can go through? It seems that all are worthy now of freedom. Oralek strides toward the Shimmer Pool, but yeah, you go in it first. It looks bad. You go in it first and see if it's bad. Halt, Oralek. Oralek glances over at the lone minstrel, almost in surprise. The Shimmer Pool has lost most of its strength. You step inside, and you shall surely drown. Of that I can assure you. He laughs to himself at this. Then we have all been cheated. No, the Shimmer Pool is revealed, and one of you may still return, as planned. But, as for who returns, someone shall have to choose, ere the last light of the stars is extinguished and the rites cease to be. This is the final trial of the scribes. Oh, so this is actually extra fucked up. Basically, it's like totally open. Anyone can go in, but still only one person can go in. The final trial of the scribes. Then, our confrontation, the liberation rite. It was all meaningless. No. The victor of the confrontation is to be the one to make the choice. Among those closest to the scribes. Either the anointed, or they who anointed them. So then, I can go home? Or, reader, maybe I could choose that you go home instead. A. It shall by either you, the reader, or... It shall be either or. May, please make your decision quickly, lest it shall be forfeit. I do not know for how much longer the light of the stars shall offer you this gift. Oh, if that is truly it has to be, well, then my choice is made. I'm choosing you, reader. She's such a bundle of sunshine. Oh my god. I would like you to be free, okay? For everything that you have done for me and all of us. May wishes to give up her freedom so that you may regain yours. Very well. Reader, the choice which May made, or rather, the choice which she gave, it is now yours to make instead. This choice, it may keep bouncing back and forth like this. Absurd. It may, until such time as one of you is willing to accept the burden and the outcome of the choice. That is the trial, and I fear that there is little time remaining now. Reader, if you and your companions are too cordial with each other to accept that freedom, either one of you, then I shall gladly take it. Freedom ought to be more than some flirtatious trifle to exchange. Reader, what is your will? Oh, my doorbell is ringing. Just a second. I'm back. I got a package. I think it is. I ordered some soundproofing foam because I want to add just a little bit of stuff to the walls around my setup. Streamer gear. Although it's kind of funny because, like, I have two great big monitors here, right? And it's like I'm not putting foam on them, and they can totally deflect sound just as well as the walls. So I'm not sure how much good it will really do. Okay. This is a tricky choice. You know what? Just put the foam on my monitor. Vision is optional. You're right. Who needs to see when my audio can be very, 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 very slightly better? So, you may think, oh, choosing yourself, that's the selfish choice. Why would you do that? But, in choosing myself, I'm also helping Sandra be more free. And that's important. You know? Yeah? So I think maybe I do choose myself. Yeah, but she's like, she's gonna come with us in the crystal, you know? So it's like a 2-for-1. We get to go back, and she also gets to go back with us. I'm not choosing Oralek because he's been an asshole this whole time. So it's either me or May. And I feel like May is honestly, like, also still happy here. What do you think? This is a hard choice. Yeah, screw you, Oralek. Whatever. Yeah, you had it rough in the past, whatever. If you were literally just nice to us, I'd send you back, but you haven't been ever at all, so... Too bad. I think May was just like a weird kid. Yeah, he does have the right, but he was mean, so no. May was basically just like a weird kid, I think, and they were like... Oh, and because she always said that the scribes talked to her, and they were like, that's blasphemy, and then they sent her here. I feel like maybe we should choose her, though. Because she should go and have, like, an actual life instead of, like, living in Shitsville. Alright. We're gonna do it. We're gonna choose May. You are decided. You have chosen May. She looks at you with astonishment. May, madame, do you accept the reader's choice, or shall you make another? Then, yes, I do. I accept. Then it is done. You see a look of genuine surprise flash across May's face, and then she is gone. It better not, like, kill her. Okay, good. She's going up it.
By the scribes, no stars remain aloft. The cycle of the rites. It is finished. The Commonwealth. What shall become of it? What shall become of us? Nightwings. The opportunity to gain your freedom from the downside. Was it not enough?
Alright, what is going to happen to everybody now? That night, the exile May returned to the Commonwealth. She was to be the last. The stars had faded, and the cycle of the rites had run its course. She found the Commonwealth in great upheaval. Spurred by the efforts of 5 liberated exiles, Volfred Sandalwood's revolutionary plan had incited the masses. These exiles and the starless sky portended the return of the scribes. The people surged into the streets, shoulder to shoulder. Led by the 5 exiles, their voices shook the heavens. The leadership of the Commonwealth panicked. No blood was shed that night, and by dawn, it was over. The leaders of the Commonwealth had cast themselves back into exile, or joined in this new cause. Thus, in its 838th year, the Commonwealth had fallen. The new Saurian Union declared its sovereignty in the next year. Among the changes its elected leaders ushered in, they vowed never to cast their people into exile. And they abolished the old Commonwealth decree forbidding literacy. Today, we still remember all of this. And we remember the exiles of the downside, whose deeds led to the dawning of our age, whether they returned or not. Oh, look at everybody! Do I get, like, epilogues for everybody? Oh my god, I think I do. Once the rites had ended, the imp Tizo had a job to do, quite unlike most exiles trapped forever in the downside. The lone minstrel asked that he watch over the black wagon, which the Nightwings had used extensively for travel and for shelter all throughout their quest. Tizo obliged, for he knew that wagon, as well as its drive imp inhabitants, perhaps better than anyone. What became of the wagon exactly was never verified, as evidence of Tizo's thorough work. After that, he liked to while away his days with any of his friends, or else with fellow imps. Sandalwood sometimes called for his assistance, and Tizo was always happy to oblige. The two would often reminisce about their times with the lone minstrel. He often chirped about the reader of the Nightwings, with whom he built quite a rapport. The reader understood him perhaps better than anyone. Indeed, Tizo would often express wistful gratitude for all his time with the Nightwings, and their many adventures throughout the land that was always his home. Other than that, Tizo would sometimes help interpret for messenger imps relaying news to and from the Saurian Union. Despite having gained significant celebrity abroad, he never let it go to his head. And he would go fishing in the Sea of Solace at every single chance he got. Yeah, so I think having Tizo stay was the right choice. What about our enemies? What happened to, like, fucking Lendl? Lendl refused to believe that the rites had truly ended. He would sit through night after consecutive night staring into the blackness of the sky, awaiting any kind of sign that he might gain another chance at freedom. No such sign ever came. His fellow accusers started to express concern for him. Survival had become their top priority once liberty had slipped from their grasp. But Lendl dismissed them as weak fools. He insisted, rather forcefully, that any evening now the stars would shine for him again and mark the way toward his inevitable freedom. He was, of course, mistaken. The others in his triumvirate were left with little choice but to abandon him. After that, the exile known as Lendl the Liar was never seen again. However, there have since been sightings of a bedraggled demon who wanders the downside and bears Lendl's cruel countenance, suggesting he yet lives. Okay, so he had like an awful ending, which he deserves because he sucks. Cycle of the Rites drew to a close, grew evidence that a chance at freedom from the downside had forever slipped from Delbert and Elmer Oldheart's grasp. Thus they and the exiles of the Fate returned to Jomware Valley. There they struggled to get by, as exiles of the downside tend to do. Sometime after the rites had ended, the Oldhearts at last heard the news that the Commonwealth had fallen. This was well after the fact, of course, but it brought old Delbert great joy. Despite his forthright manner, he had no love for the nation that cast him down, along with his son. Dalbert Oldheart passed peacefully in his sleep before the next new moon. In his final days, he implored his son to undertake a pilgrimage to the scribes. Elmer never shared his father's view of the scribes, but respected Delbert's wishes, and so, after a period of mourning, Elmer began a new journey. Not a day went by that Elmer Oldheart did not think about his father and give thanks to him and speak to him at morning and at night. Would that the stars yet shone, for surely Delberts would be there among them, smiling down at his son and watching over him and his kin. That's nice. What about this shitty asshole? All his life, Sir Deluge had fled from one danger only to find himself facing another. He'd escaped the war-torn waters of the Sea Dominion, he'd escaped the blood border of the Commonwealth, and now he had escaped the Rites. After the Rites had ended, many exiles wrapped up in the ancient test were crestfallen, as their last chances to return to their homes vanished along with the stars above. Deluge did not mind, for this outcome meant that, at last, there was no burden of responsibility weighing down on him. While most of his fellow exiles of the Pyre hearts yet longed for the waters of the Sea Dominion, driven as ever by their impulses toward conflict, Deluge settled down. With him remained one of his companions, one Lady Seagrass, who had taken a liking to him, for some reason. Reportedly, they disappeared into the waters of Worm Gulf, which may begin to explain the significant increase in worm population observed in the vicinity. Oh, they fucking... After the cycle of the rites had ceased, Witch Udmildhe returned to the Flagging Hands region, where she sealed herself within the Pit of Malith. They'd still love each other, even if they were worms. 'Cause they are. There, even her fellow exiles of the Withdrawn allegedly grew unnerved after a time and left her to her vile work. Sometime later, the Pit of Malith erupted into flame. So intense was the conflagration that it could be seen all the way from Jamwar Valley. Arson was suspected, though the cause was never verified, and many bog dwellers in the region were forced to flee. A tempest blowing from the north finally quenched the flames. When at last the ashes settled and the grounds had cooled, the site of the fire was scarred beyond recognition. No trace of Witch Udmildhe could be found. As for the contents of the Pit of Malith, which notably included a profane object thought to be the remains of Yislak, all of it was gone as well. Back in the Saurian Union, Udmildhe's repeated threats of the return of Yislak were thoroughly investigated, and no credence was found to any of her claims. I hope Barker had something good happen to him. Barker Ashpaws never had much interest in returning to the Commonwealth, for he always found its bylaws to be stifling, so when the rites ended, he did not care at first. He soon grew very bored. The rites had given his life a certain sense of structure he had always needed. He missed the raw anticipation. You could still just get a ball and play the rites. You just need to, like, make rules for it some more. Oh, yeah, there we go. He decided to continue conducting the rites for the thrill of it. He bent some of the rules and replaced some of the objects, but it was close enough. Okay, yeah, he had the exact same thought as me. Just keep playing ball anyways. His packmates, the Dissidents, proved more than happy to participate, and thus they ran against each other back in Jamwar Valley. He invented sports. Gradually, other exiles familiar with the rites, as well as those who had not heard of it at all, started to take an interest. They ended up giving Barker Ashpaws some healthy competition. His old feud with Rookie Greentail ceased meaning anything to him, and he forgot all about it amidst his new pursuits. Ultimately, even Barker Ashpaws, who had led such a directionless existence to that point, found something of a calling through the rites. Whether he took the rites less seriously than any other exile of his time, or more, was oft debated by those who watched him work. Alright, I'm glad he has a fun ending. He invented sports. What about you? As soon as possible after Tamitha Thane earned back her liberty, she rejoined her sisters of the Highwing remnants in the mountains north of the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth believed that someone such as she could be rehabilitated through years spent in exile. Instead, her hatred for her ancient enemies only intensified. On the night of the Scribe's return... Oh, that's the exile. Yeah. The Highwing remnants were poised to strike the Commonwealth in a decisive blow. They'd received credible intelligence about the expected positions of the Commonwealth leadership and of specific weaknesses in the blood border defenses anticipated that night. After a surgical procedure, Tamitha could fly again, almost as well as prior to her exile. She insisted on spearheading the attack with a squadron of the Harp's finest. However, just as Tamitha's squadron prepared to crash down upon its foes, she received a signal to belay the attack order and return to the mountains. It appeared that the people of the Commonwealth were on the verge of achieving what the Highwing remnants were never able to accomplish. Ever dutiful, Tamitha obliged. Her sense of duty took priority above all else. Soon after the fall of the Commonwealth, Tamitha attended a debriefing in which her blood sister Pamitha was also in attendance. Tamitha was very skeptical that Pamitha could have played a beneficial role in the preceding events, and lashed out at her. Pamitha made no attempt to elude the attack and was struck full-on. This cost Pamitha the use of her right wing. What the fuck? Yet after she recovered, she shrugged the incident aside and said maybe they would call it even now. From that point on, the Blood Sisters kept a formal distance, but were cordial with each other. After the rise of the Saurian Union, Tamitha Thane continued to serve as flight tactician and remained respected and feared, even among her kind. However, without a war to wage, she grew more distant even than usual. Yeah, just a sibling bout of amputation, no big deal. It's even worse because, like, they don't have arms, they just have wings and legs. Those closest to her surmised that her inability to reconcile with her blood sister was at the heart of this, though, for her part, Tamitha never once admitted to any such weakness. What about Manly? I hope bad things happened to you. When Manly Tinderstouff realized the rites had ended, and that he no longer could return to the Commonwealth through this ancient means, he was outraged. He cursed the scribes, spewing forth such a slew of blasphemy as to be very unbecoming of one of his high status and bearing. When at last he calmed himself, he focused all his energies on attempting to find another means of homecoming. He maintained regular contact with his wealthy family on the other side via Messenger Imp, and used their vast resources to explore other means of escape. He tried using an elaborate police... Oh, he became like Wile E. Coyote, basically, but with getting back. He attempted to retrofit a flying black wagon with superior propulsion. He tried an imp raft, a hot air balloon, even prayer. Nothing worked. There was only one way to escape the downside, and now it was gone. Tinderstouff bankrupted his family in these vain attempts. At last, such was his shame that he retreated to the teeming woods of Black Basin to Cinderroot. There he yet wallows, complaining to his comrades of the chastity who still put up with him, either about his own misfortune or the latest news from the other side. Yeah, there's always one way to escape. I'm curious if that's what Ignarius or Oralek did. Once it became clear to Ignarius that the rites were drawing to a close, he knew that it was time for him and the Tempers to call it quits. But first, he and the Tempers decided to celebrate, and that they did, for many, many nights. The revelry did eventually subside, and the exiles parted amicably and went their separate ways. He roamed the downside then, searching for some meaning in his life, sometimes taking odd jobs requiring his brute strength. He never remained alone for very long, and took on many lovers in his time. However, he sometimes thought about the one he had called Curly Horns, and what became of her. Though his glory days as the most powerful conductor of the rites had long since passed, he always enjoyed the fearsome reputation he had cultivated at that time. What happened to you, bud? After the shimmer pool closed for what would be the last time, Oralek looked around him in the flickering light of the Nightwing's still burning pyre. He then turned to the fall of Solium and looked up toward the black, starless sky. He cursed the 8 scribes then, one after the other. And after that, he strode forward towards the waters coursing from the side of Mount Aladiel, and without hesitating, he cast himself down. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected. Oralek's body was never recovered. The drop from Mount Aladiel does not appear survivable, though Oralek did survive it once. That time, however, he was filled with fury. Such was the betrayal he had suffered when his fellow exile claimed his rightful freedom. This time, Oralek was filled with nothingness, and chose to leave the downside in the one way he still knew he could. A bit sad, but he shouldn't have been mean to me. The other Nightwings who were witness to this never forgot what they saw. Okay, Hedwyn, my boy. Oh my god, it's been so long since we saw him. He was the first one we sent. After his liberation, Hedwyn was instrumental in the events leading to the fall of the Commonwealth, and was vital to the outcome of the plan. The peaceful outcome of the scribe's return was attributed to several key factors. One of them was the underlying ambition of the plan itself. Another was Hedwyn's visibility among the people in the streets. Identified to be a liberated exile, he was believed to be Gol-Golathanian reborn. More importantly, however, was that one of the winged harps of the High Wing remnants accompanied him. She was later identified as Fikani Shang. Oh, he got to meet back up with his GF! Their bond was symbolic of what was at stake that night, and proved vital to the peace that followed. In all his days as a leader in the Saurian Union, Hedwyn oft confided in his friend Jodariel. Despite her intense manner, there was no one who he trusted more in times when circumspection was required. Hedwyn would often think about the vow he made at the beginning of his quest for freedom. Although he cherished all the friendships he made, he had pledged to Jodariel, Rookie Greentail, and the Reader of the Nightwings that they might all be free again together. He had broken that vow, for, in the end, not all of them were able to return. A terrible guilt over this darkened his mood for a time. However, the others whom he still knew lifted his spirits, much like he had often lifted theirs. All of the Nightwings knew the stakes. While the others who stood with the Nightwings were not all able to remain in contact thus, Hedwyn thought of each of them often, and so in turn did they oft think of him. He's such a good boy. But now the actual best boy. When the worm Gilman returned to the Commonwealth, he believed that he had regained something even more important than his freedom: his honor. Gilman relinquished his knighthood and declined an opportunity to serve as captain on the Blood Border. He was not interested in fighting any longer. Yet, as is sometimes the case for those such as he, a circumstance soon came about in which there came a need for him to once again make use of his military training. Thankfully, however, the scribe's return ended peaceably. Gilman was on edge throughout that night, expecting violence to erupt at any moment, but the moment never came. When the manor was at last put to rest, then Gilman truly knew his time as a knight had ended. He declared to all those in earshot that he would never fight again. He probably did so, like, really loudly, too. So there was a lot of people in earshot. Unless, of course, there arose some other extraordinary set of circumstances, again requiring him to fight, but he certainly hoped not. He still trained regularly, just in case, especially with his fleet-footed friend, Rookie Greentail. Oh, I'm glad they're still friends. He was always grateful for having studied under the Reader of the Nightwings, without whom he would have never completed his penance. Because of this, and perhaps because they were on opposite sides of the world now, Gilman dedicated his life to them. Oh, he's so awesome! By that point, he had long forgotten about his days under the leadership of Sir Deluge, his former commander. Breaking free of his abusive leadership was his first step toward gaining a bit of self-respect. Gilman never did return to his homeland of the Sea Dominion, and was content to lead a monastic life on a small residence in the hills. It was just high up enough to make him keep striving to conquer his fear of heights. Other than that, an intense daily training regimen and the occasional visit from an old companion was more than enough to keep him optimistic and engaged. He knew by then that honor was not something to be won, but a contract with oneself, to be renewed each day. Okay, we're gonna look at Sandra later, because she's, like, important to our shit. Let's see if sending May was the right choice. I bet it was. This is probably gonna be really cute. The Commonwealth had never provided a sense of home for the one they had called May the Moontouch, so she was surprised on her return that she was so well treated. Yeah, he gets to live happily ever after. He deserves it. She felt uneasy about it, and besides, she knew that she would do her best to fulfill the pledge she had made to her friends. Even she could not have expected the impact she would have on the events that followed, which gave rise to our Saurian Union. Despite not fitting the image of any of the 8 scribes, May nonetheless stood out alongside the others amid the teeming mass on night of the scribes' return. She spoke of the scribes with such conviction and sincerity that the crowd was very moved. After the fall of the Commonwealth, there was a renewed interest in the legend of the 8 scribes, and many new interpretations of their histories and teachings. May found herself at the center of all this. Her way of speaking continued to compel a growing audience. She swayed many people from their astralist beliefs. Soon the 8th word, which had lost favor with the people during the reign of the Commonwealth, sought her out, asked her to formally join, and she did right away. Through it all, she would wonder how her little friend Tizo had fared. Yeah, she's gonna become a super cult leader. But if it's an organized religion, then it's not called a cult. It's just becoming a religious figure. So it's okay. While they were divided now by a great distance, he always remained in her heart. She cited her relationship with Jodariel as the single most important in her life. Jodariel would always provide for her a circumspect perspective and the wisdom of experience. She's literally her mom, for real. It's so cute. I wish she, like, officially adopted her. May always was devoted to her faith, but more so to her friends. Many people in the Saurian Union cited that her gentle manner and unwavering conviction helped them brave the changing times with courage and with grace. How about Rookie? After Rookie Greentail earned back his freedom, he returned to a lavish welcome ceremony in the Commonwealth, as was the tendency for liberated exiles. It was everything he could have hoped for, and soon he was well off, surrounded by luxury, and choosing between various exciting opportunities. However, he must have given in to his better judgment, as he did end up siding with Wolfred Sandalwood's revolutionary forces, as promised. On the night of the scribe's return, Greentail was there with the others, inspiring the masses. He never looked prouder, the very image of Jomware Manymane himself. When dawn finally came, and it became clear that the Commonwealth that everybody knew would be no more, he realized many new opportunities awaited. He began quite a lucrative career for himself, manufacturing and selling replica merchandise inspired by the downside. His main struggle was to meet demand. An aspect of his conscience cautioned him against making light of such a thing, but the money was too good, and soon his family was as well off as he always said. One of his orders of business was to seek out one of his old companions, Pamitha Thane, to whom he took a liking during their quest for freedom. They bonded further over love of drink and supported one another through uncertain times that lay in store. He also kept in close touch with Gilman, ever the perfect practice partner. They would train together often, taking care to stay in tip-top shape as much as possible throughout the years. Greentail always did his best to keep in touch with all his many friends, and knew that he owed his fortunes to them. He made a special point of staying close with the group of friends he came to know so well during his time with the Nightwings, wherever they were. They shared a special understanding that put even Greentail at a loss for words sometimes. Alright, what about you, Pamitha? Oh, you look so weird without your hat. After regaining her freedom, Pamitha Thane found herself in a difficult position. Having once betrayed her people of the Highwing Remnants, she knew that she would not be welcome in her native home. She did not trust the Commonwealth either. Instead, she found her place among Volfred Sandalwood's agents, who were busy doing their part to fulfill the plan. As it turned out, the plan was a success. Pamitha Thane stood shoulder to shoulder with her other fellow former exiles, and truly, they were a sight to behold. A disturbing rumor later spread that night. The Highwing Remnants were slated to mount an assault which, for some reason, never came to pass. Pamitha denied any knowledge or involvement. Afterwards, Pamitha played an active part in negotiating terms between the Highwing Remnants and the new nation that would become our Saurian Union. Her previous attempt at something of the sort led to her exile. She must have felt some satisfaction to succeed this time around. Sometime later, Pamitha had an unexpected run-in with Rookie Greentail, with whom she had spent a fair amount of time while traveling with the Nightwings. Under the new set of circumstances, it turned out the two had more to talk about, and rather more in common. They would often put to test which one was able to outdrink the other. It is unclear as to which of them prevailed in that contest in the end. One day, Pamitha received an invitation to return to the Highwing Remnants, where she was to be fully pardoned. Right, stuff with her sister. She would later brush aside the incident, though always had an injury to show for it. Yet from that point on, the Blood Sisters were back on speaking terms, at least for the most part. Later, when asked, Pamitha Thane admitted she felt as though she had no home to call her own. This was during an interview conducted amid an extensive trip abroad, for she had traveled thousands of leagues beyond the bounds of the Saurian Union. Pamitha continued to journey thus, citing that it reminded her of when she was younger and could fly unfettered. Oh, you know why she never felt like she had a home to call her own? Because she fumbled marrying Jodariel. She messed up. After her liberation, Jodariel soon became an icon of the movement that led to the collapse of the Commonwealth and the rise of the Saurian Union. Fumbled! Her horns and stern countenance inspired the people to believe that she was Salia Mur reborn. She became a great, if reluctant, leader. In the uncertain times that followed, Jodariel's seasoned expertise often came into play both in matters of security and of state. Yeah, they're like, man, this person has badass horns. I think they should lead us. Good taste. For instance, she conscripted and trained a team of volunteers in public safety. The community did not know what to make of such a cordial bunch at first, but soon came to value their service. They have stood for the people ever since, and we celebrate their founding day each year. She remained close with Hedwyn all through this experience, and they supported each other through their struggles many, many times. She kept an eye on May, who nonetheless demonstrated a surprising knack to get by on her own, though Jodariel was always willing to provide assistance just in case. That's what I was wondering too. Conscript is a weird verb to use there, right? Like, conscript implies that they have to join, but volunteer implies that it's willing. Maybe it's just Jodariel yells at them until they volunteer. Yeah, they were volunteers, quote unquote. She never settled down with anyone, although from time to time she thought about Ignarius despite herself. Lame! She continued training on her own, a regimen that grew stricter with each passing year. There were those who sought to train with her, and she sometimes obliged. There remained one other constant in her life. She would always remember her days among the Nightwings, and with fondness, for the most part. Several of the Nightwings cared more for the plan of Sandalwood than to return home from the downside. The crone called Big Bertrude was a prime example. She had found a suitable environment to live within the dismal region known as Flagging Hands. There, she had built up a thriving place of business known to many exiles in the land. With the rites having ended, she returned to her preoccupations, working away almost as though nothing had happened. When one gets to be more than 400 years of age, perhaps then even monumental events such as the culmination of the rites or the collapse of the Commonwealth are seen as trifling matters. Much of her effort was doubtless due to the influence of Sandalwood, someone whom she had admired now for decades. He had made clear that he could not requite her feelings for him, but what could have been a hurtful dismissal led only to a deeper understanding between them. By and large, Bertrude kept focused on her work. Whether casting small enchantments or imbuing talismans, the work brought her a sense of purpose, she would say. In the Commonwealth, such services were strictly forbidden, but in the downside, there was a real need for simple luxuries, which the competing slug market could not always provide. Thus did Big Bertrude continue to live up to her name, and the tales of her days within the Nightwings made her that much more the living legend. What about you, Ron? With the rites drawn to a close, the slug market's revenues fell precipitously, and Falcon Ron was forced to liquidate his assets and close up shop. Yet, as is sometimes the case with those of an entrepreneurial leaning, this time of hardship led to an epiphany, or at least a sudden change of fortune. One day, Falcon Ron had a run-in with a messenger imp bearing news from the other side. Ron gave to it one of his remaining trinkets which could not be sold. The following week, the messenger imp returned to him bearing a tidy sum of wealth in newly minted coinage from the Saurian Union. Yeah, Ron is literally that guy that sees the stars in the sky going out and all hope of escaping from exile being extinguished. And he goes, man, this is going to be really bad for the economy, you guys. Falcon Ron cut a long-term deal with the messenger imp then and there. Though his trade remained a gray area from a legal standpoint in the Saurian Union, the newfound fame of the downside caused Falcon Ron's goods to explode in popularity. He later signed an elaborate agreement with Big Bertrude's and found a distribution partner on the other side through Rookie Greentail, whose own business had been expanded. Especially in the Saurian Union, Falcon Ron's goods are still known for their superior quality, though he assumes no liability for any side effects. Alright, what about you, Sandalwood? When the cycle of the rites ceased churning, Volfred Sandalwood turned toward the starless sky closed his eyes and prayed. It was all that he could do at that stage of his plan. He aspired to assemble with liberated exiles representing each of the 8th largest ethnic groups composing the population of the Commonwealth. They would stand together as a vision of the 8 scribes returned, inspiring the masses to embrace an older set of values from before the Commonwealth had tightened its grip. With the rites ending sooner than expected, this ideal scenario became impossible. Sandalwood's own freedom, for instance, was now forfeit, yet the plan did have contingencies. Fortunately, most of those contingencies did not prove necessary. Word reached him that, on the night of the scribe's return, his fellow liberated Nightwings stood together and their voices echoed through the streets. These former exiles, who ought have disappeared into the ranks of the Commonwealth's own leadership, now stood united with its people, who poured from their homes in solidarity. It was imperative to Sandalwood that this stand against the Commonwealth be peaceful in its nature. An overwhelming show of popular support would be more than enough. Ensuring this was his priority, and, in the end, the result was self-evident. The plan's goal had been achieved. Sandalwood kept busy after that, as much as possible, providing counsel from afar to those who would be at the forefront of the birth of the Saurian Union. Of course, being stranded in the downside meant there was only so much he could do. Resting assured that the future of the nation was in capable hands, he turned his attention to the remaining exiles of the downside. They might never return to that new nation, but at least they could experience its triumphs and struggles in some vicarious way, so he took to his old work, writing and printing. Yeah, it went really well. As literacy began to spread again throughout the Saurian Union, so too did exiles of the downside take to it. For his part, Sandalwood helped to teach as many as he could. Yeah, for sure, like he planned this whole revolution and then he's just still stuck somewhere else. More than that, he provided the material to read, a semi-annual report about the latest events both in the Saurian Union and the downside. Also, his ex-boyfriend committed suicide in front of him, which probably also sucked. This periodical gave many exiles something to look forward to. One of his allies in all this was the imp, Tizo, with whom he traveled all across the downside. Sandalwood often cited Tizo as the wellspring of his own enthusiasm for a brighter future. Such was the creature's spirit. He welcomed the company of the Reader of the Nightwings at every opportunity, and counted them a trusted friend and a keen editor. As Volfred Sandalwood gained more fame throughout this land for all his sacrifices and his contributions, it is said that he remained steadfast about 2 things. The first was that the cause itself, ought to remain in focus. I accidentally hit A. The second point he made was that he himself had little to do with the outcome. He would often praise the exiles of the Nightwings who had stood with him, each in turn by name. He never forgot any of them. One day, to commemorate his birthday, the people of the Saurian Union unveiled a monument depicting him and the Nightwings, as imagined in their prime. While Sandalwood did not learn of it until much later, it is said that he was moved to tears then by the gesture. It has since ensured that those of us with memories more fallible than that of Sandalwood likewise remember the achievements of his fellow former exiles and our cause. Alright, let's see Sandra now. After the cycle of the rites ceased churning, records of what happened to the Black Wagon of the Nightwings become inconclusive and contradictory. He always did have that pipe he'd be smoking. I'm gonna get a little bit more water for my throat. Yeah, Wolfred was always puff, puff, puff. Hey, man. What if we, like, overthrew the Commonwealth? After the cycle, right. Some accounts suggest that the exiles of the Nightwings, who remained in the downside, continued to make use of the Black Wagon as their place of shelter and their means of travel. However, there is no record of what happened to the wagon's contents, such as the Book of the Rites or the Beyonder Crystal, said to be haunted by the apparition Sandra the Unseeing. One possibility is that, when the lone minstrel took his leave, he took the Beyonder Crystal with him, for he was thus obliged. By this line of reasoning, however, the Black Wagon itself should have been taken also. Others remain skeptical that the Beyonder Crystal ever existed, or rather that the visions that it granted were anything other than the result of an active imagination or a fever dream. The bog dwellers of the southern bogs offer still another explanation, for they are familiar with binding enchantments. If there existed such an object, in which the Sisters of the Arch had been expelled for more than 800 years, then the enchantment could have expired along with the light of the stars. What this would have meant for Sandra and the Beyonders is difficult to say for certain, other than it may have meant that they were finally released. Nevertheless, the fates of Sandra and the Beyonder Crystal remain unknown. Yet those exiles of the Nightwings who claimed to have seen this apparition all spoke of her with degrees of reverence, or perhaps a little fear. Ah! Can you believe this, reader, honestly? Sandra has appeared before you, as well you can see. They are so far from the mark with all this nonsense, I am wont to laugh. In fact, here goes. She laughs. She is referring to the account of her. You sense she does not care for it. Hi, Marcel. Look, it's our wife. Well then, let them gossip all they like. I merely wish that they would mention you at least in passing when next they are at it. Though, they shall never know even the half of it, shall they? Let's humor her. You indicate to Sandra that the real truth of what happened between you would, perhaps, make too lascivious, I don't know how to say that word, but I know what it means, a tale to be told in such a format. Oh, we bangin'! She makes a bemused sound at this. Perhaps that story ought to get out then. To think that they would go to all the trouble to make literacy accepted once again, only to print such drivel. Anyway, let us keep going, lovely reader. We know the truth of it. That is what matters. She fades into the Beyonder Crystal for now, and you tuck it away safe. We're so married! Let's fucking go! Sandra ending. Woo, 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 woo. What happened to these two? Crystal wife acquired. Let's go. After the cycle of the rites ceased churning, the lone minstrel bade the remaining Nightwings take the Black Wagon and seek their fortunes elsewhere in the downside. The parting was heartfelt but brief. He remained there at the summit of Mount Aladiel with Celeste, where the two of them would chronicle the final outcome of the cycle. Neither Tariq nor Celeste were ever seen again. I mean, they're supposed to be like the moon and the sun or something, maybe. We know all this now through song attributed to them. Some claim these songs originated in the taverns of the Saurian Union and merely were imbued with weight of folklore. However, exiles liberated from the downside corroborated each other's claims at having met this duo that presided over the liberation rites. Another folktale suggests these minstrels were heralds of the scribes. Having fulfilled their obligations, they departed the world we know and rejoined their patrons. One of their famous songs describes another, simpler outcome, that the two gave up their duties to the rites in favor of a life that they could share together. In any case, they are likely to remain the subject of such verses and such songs, for it was they who watched over the rites and ushered in our times. There is one more account which warrants mention. The Nightwings conducted the rites under the guidance of a reader. Little is known of them. However, some accounts of them begin to paint a picture. We know they were of common birth. Raised parentless, a product of the foul work on the blood border. The journey to the downside left them close to death. It was then that the Nightwings found them. They brought them from the brink. They showed them the path. They pressed onward with the others. They had made a vow to help their friends be free. Thus did the cycle of the rites commence its final turns. When the final rite arrived, the reader's freedom was at stake. In the end, however, they remained in exile. From that point on, accounts of them diverge. It is said the voice, which troubled them, they never heard again. Some say they opted for a place to settle in the downside, though whether that is true, only they know. Someday, perhaps, that reader's own star shall emerge. Then it shall pierce the dark of night in all its brilliant glory. Until such time, and ever after, all of us give thanks. I'm just chilling with my crystal wife. Oh, is it gonna have everybody in the stars? Way. Supergiant's credit sequences are always so good. Well, everything about their games is good. Oh, so cute! Oh, look at May there with her cards. That's so cute. What the fuck? Way, sound of crying. I wonder, do they have different verses in this song if people didn't go back? That would be so crazy. Oh my god, May is so pretty here. Oh, cute! Yeah, I really want to go and, like, dive into the wiki of this game after this. And, like, find out all the different shit that can happen, because I feel like a lot of different things can happen depending on what you do. Come on, give me art for Gilman. Oh my god, Pameth is so pretty here too. What the hell? Oh, there's Gilman too. Cute. Yeah, brain rot induced wiki dive. It's time. I want to know all the different things that can happen. Aw, he's hanging out with Bertrude. I honestly really like that they had the whole bit with, like, Bertrude was in love with Sandalwood, and he was like, hey, sorry, I don't love you back, but like that, but, like, we're still chill, and then they become, like, really good friends still. I think that's nice to have. Sandalwood was like, sorry, I'm gay and my boyfriend just killed himself, so... yeah, not really feeling it. But then they're still, like, besties. Oh, it's everybody. Sorry, wholesome. I mean, aside from the BF committing suicide, it's wholesome. Sorry, Oralek. Oh? Oh, this is so pretty. The end. Finn. True Nightwing campaign mode unlocked. What the heck is that? I'm really curious what that is. If I choose a new... Oh, it's just like hard mode. Base difficulty is same as heightened. All Titan stars unlocked, and some have to be in use. Okay, yeah, it's just super hard mode. This is the end of Pyre. Thanks for coming in and watching the end of it. I think this has been the longest LP on my channel. Actually, is this or How to Full Longer? I'm not sure. I'm not sure, actually. It's probably this. But yeah, it was really good to finally finish this game. I'd only really gotten to, like, the first go-around, the first time I played it. And then I was like, oh, this game is so good. And then it was one of those things where I just put it down and never picked it up again. So I'm really glad that I finally took the time to finish it, because it's awesome. By far the most underrated Supergiant game. I think it's honestly probably my... Bastion might still be my favorite, I think. But I think I like this more than Transistor and Pyre. And not Pyre. That's this game. Transistor and Hades after finishing it. It's really good. It's time for me now to go suck on a cough drop and do a brain rot dive into the wiki. Yeah, I love Supergiant. They're so good. They're definitely, like, my favorite game studio. Just, like, every game they've made has been super good, and every game they've made has been different than the last one they made. They're so cool. Also, their music fucking kicks ass. I'm a little disappointed that they're doing Hades, the sequel to Hades now. Which, like, I get it, because Hades was insanely successful. And the sequel's gonna be great, but I'm a little sad they're breaking their track record of just doing a brand new thing each and every time. But I digress. Anyways, I will now brain rot. And yeah. Strike while the iron is hot. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Like, I don't blame him. Like, it's definitely... It's gonna be successful. It's gonna be good, too, but... Anyways, have a good time of day. And I will see you later. Bye-bye. Oh no, my mic is unmuted. You can hear me unwrapping my cough drop. Okay, actually, bye.